are just waiting to fix some technical glitch in our system and we'll start shortly. Thank you. We are all ready to start. Thank you for fixing the glitch and apologies for the late running of our beginning of today's program. Welcome to West Nile International Diaspora Convention 2026, Day 2. I trust that you had a restful evening for those who joined us online and those who were here with us here yesterday. It was a day of exciting learning, networking, and strategic discussions we had. Before we begin today's session, allow me to introduce my co-moderators, Dr. William Onjivo and Dr. Maureen Aikoro. I'm going to do some bit of housekeeping for those who are on ground. Kindly place all your mobile or electronic devices on silent mode. If you need to take a call, please use the hotel lobby. Emergency safety procedures. Your safety remains our responsibility. In case of emergency, remain calm and take instructions from the organizers at the back and the hotel staff. In case of emergency in relation to fire, I will exit through the nearest fire exit points. There's one on my right over there, another one on my behind me, and we have the third one over there. We will all assemble in front of the hotel, and I will be supported with or by the hotel team. Restrooms through that exit, which is also a fire exit. There's directions you'll see put to guide you. Today, we will keep a strict time management. I would like to say that, and I'll remind all those of us who are here during our break time, if we have 10 or 5-minute break, let's reconvene immediately. Those who are presenting, please keep to the time stipulated in the program. And if you can really go through at your own pace so that we can actually recoup some of the time lost. That will be quite useful. Use this chance as an opportunity to network, because that's what the convention is for. Even those online continue to chat and share ideas of how we can improve and move together. Before I call the convention to order, may I invite Annette Madra to say the opening prayers for us, please.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. This is a day you've made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for day 2. As you took us through day 1 yesterday, may everything go according to plan. Our speakers, our moderators, our guests, so that this convention, Father, is going to be one in many for the sake of our region and for the sake of the country. Bless us today. Bless us all. In the mighty name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
I call the convention officially to order. I officially welcome you today to West Nile International Diaspora Convention 2026. As you remember, yesterday's discussions were focused on investment, healthcare, agriculture, education, and entrepreneurship. We still had 2 items which we actually didn't pick on, and I'm hopeful that today we'll actually add those into the program so that we get the speakers to speak and do presentations. May I invite, therefore, Dr. William Onjivo to recap on yesterday's events. Thank you, William.
Yeah. Good morning, thank you. Yesterday was a rich day with a combination of presentations, rich in identifying the opportunities, some of the gaps, some of the pillars of development in West Nile, and options to trigger the capital in West Nile to develop a region It all began with opening remarks from Dr. Lazarus Anguba on the need for a paradigm shift in looking at West Nile in the face of the various capital we've got in our region, the human capital, the natural capital, the social capital, the historical capital we've got. And that initial remarks actually flowed through the rest of the presentations throughout the day. And then we had a short cultural interlude where our young Isabella read out a poem prepared for this purpose, which was really a call for the sons and daughters in the diaspora and at home to combine efforts to develop West Nile, and that every effort indeed counts. And thereafter, we then had the formal opening of day one and the convention itself with a keynote presentation from the director of Uganda Investment Authority, Mr. Robert Mukiza, who outlined the current favorable investment framework in Uganda, highlighting the fact that Uganda is a very top destination investment, and also at a very high scale of return for investment, which is very attractive for everyone, not just non-Ugandans, but also Ugandans, including those in the diaspora. And so he outlined some of the incentives, some of the facilitation for investment, and some of the plans the Uganda Investment Authority has for West Nile, including free economic zones in West Nile, and that was very critical. And then we had a presentation from Dr. Maureen Ikoru on sort of like an overview to sectoral investments in a sustainable way, based again on the historical perspective of the region, highlighting that West Nile was a trading region, it was an entrepreneurial region, and also the people are entrepreneurial and have always traded across borders, and based on the fact that we have links with the border countries of South Sudan and Democratic Republic of Congo. And so that really provided a good framework also for what is happening now, and that outline actually also informed some of the subsequent presentations. And then we had a presentation on agriculture and also on food basket in Uganda by Gloria and also Hope Anguyo, and which really outlined some of the areas for investment, including crop, animal, fisheries, allied industries relating to agriculture, and also some of the gaps, and again, providing some perspectives on ways to improve the status quo, including the need for finance, the need for certification, skilling in agriculture, and also identifying especially the fact that West Nile is actually a food basket, and there's a lot of untapped agricultural trade and production in West Nile, where a lot of products again are coming from the rest of Uganda, and yet we could be able to fill that gap because there is a huge profit and untapped market, even within West Nile itself and of course the neighboring countries. And so they provided a very good overview of that, and also made very good proposals on what to do and in terms of action points. And then we had the concluding second last presentation from Toshi on some of the innovative ways that have been explored in other jurisdictions in similar situations like West Nile, where there are challenges to development at a community level, and what can actually be done to be able to identify some of those solutions innovatively to try to kind of incubate ideas which are very practical and which also can be profitable but in a sustainable way. And that really leverages development back at the community level and working with, of course, all the other actors as well. And finally, we had a presentation on healthcare in West Nile where Dr. George Boka discussed the current curative and preventive health services in West Nile, some of the challenges in the facilities, and the options again to try and scale up investment in the health sector. And with all these presentations, there were a lot of questions and discussions as well that identify some of the additional pillars of the capital we have in West Nile and what some of those challenges will require in terms of refocusing our strategies in this convention and beyond in terms of development in West Nile. So overall, really, it was identifying, coming from our history, that we do have the pillars of development in West Nile. There are challenges, and it's just it's up to us, of course, with the governance environment and coordination and working together in diversity to be able to come up with very cost-effective options. We call them low-hanging fruits to try and identify our priorities right and take on development from now onwards. So that is about what I would say in summary on these presentations. There are more details to this and some specific action points, which I think we will continue to collate together, and those will come at the end of the convention. Thank you all.
That hand clap is not enough for that excellent recap from Dr. William. Thank you. To officially open day 2, I invite our chairman, none other than Dr. Lazarus Angova, to deliver opening remarks. Dr. Angova, you're welcome on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother Lawrence. Honorable Babanga Wilfred Eriko, Member of Parliament of Uganda, Dr. Hyung Yu Park, our special guest speaker today, distinguished representatives of government of Uganda, leaders of the West Nile local governments, representatives of West Nile Chamber of Commerce, development partners, business leaders and executives, investors, members of the diplomatic community, representatives of academia and training institutions, religious, cultural, and civic leaders, esteemed members of the diaspora, our people of West Nile and Uganda, distinguished guests and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure on behalf of the steering committee of the 3rd West Nile Diaspora Convention being held here in Milton Keynes, UK today, to welcome you all to this second day of our Diaspora Convention. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday marked an important milestone in the journey of this convention. We reflected on the remarkable progress that has been made since the inaugural convention in Stockholm in 2024 and the second convention in Washington, D.C. 2025. More importantly, we reaffirmed a shared conviction that West Nile presents enormous untapped potential, and that unlocking that potential requires vision, partnership, and action. Yesterday, we spoke about opportunity, and we touched upon some sectors that can transform West Nile. Today, we begin further discussions on additional sectors, just a selection, not exhaustive list of opportunities for investment in West Nile. Our discussion today will move beyond broad aspirations and focus on these sectors, including tourism, real estate, energy. With that, we'll also be focusing on gender mainstreaming, because in order to transform West Nile, we have to involve everybody. We'll be discussing investment financing using both local resources and funding sources, as well as resources for financing from financial institutions. We will conclude today with discussion of mechanisms of how we can implement, how we can come together, platforms, institutions that we need to build to transform West Nile. I look forward to this day and build upon what our discussions were yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. As we continue our deliberations today, let us remember that investment is ultimately about creating opportunities for people. Throughout today, I encourage every delegate to participate actively, ask questions, share experiences, challenge assumptions, build new relationships, exchange business cards, identify opportunities for collaboration. Some of the most valuable outcomes of conventions like this are often not only in the formal sessions, but also in the conversations that take place during tea breaks, exhibitions, and networking opportunities. Do not leave this convention simply knowing more people. Live with new partners, live with new ideas, live with new opportunities, and above all, live with a commitment to act to transform West Nile. Ladies and gentlemen, our theme of this convention, Unlocking Investment Opportunities in West Nile, requires more than recognizing potential. It requires leadership. It requires persistence. Above all, it requires collaboration. And it requires confidence in ourselves and our shared future. Every generation is presented with defining moments. I believe this convention represents one of those moments for our people of West Nile. It's an opportunity to write a new history, an opportunity for enterprise and rather than dependency. This morning, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin today's program, let us approach every session with open mind and a shared determination to move from discussion to implementation. Let us build partnerships and endure beyond this convention. And let us ensure that when we leave Milton Keynes and leave the virtual attendance today and tomorrow, we leave not simply with memories of a successful convention, but with practical commitments that will contribute to the transformation of our region. It is now my honor, ladies and gentlemen, to declare Day 2 of the third West Nile International Diaspora Convention, UK 2026, here in Milton Keynes, open. Thank you.
Yeah, just to conclude with an addendum that yesterday, after all of the technical presentations that I focused on in summary, we had the closing remarks, and in the closing remarks, we had the very important remarks of our MP representative here, which was a greeting, but really calling for action and also recognizing that this is a very important event, and that from now until the end of it, there will be a lot of interactions, and he actually assured us he will be able to have an extra time to kind of elaborate on some of the action points that they, as our representatives in West Nile, are actually thinking about. And of course, we had also the closing remark from Ferdinand Lally, really rallying up our thinking and thinking about actions. And I think yesterday also there was the importance of us now working to prioritize our strategies here so that by the end of the convention, we really have very concrete action points. And I think that is a very key message that we need to have. Let's think about action points. Let's think about the gaps and what range of actions we can think about pursuing from here onwards. Thank you very much for listening to me on that.
Thank you, Dr. William, for that addendum. And I also like to thank Dr. Lazarus Anguva for the leadership and continued commitment in advancing our development agenda of West Nile. And thank you for the opening remarks too. We move to the beginning of our session today with an important topic, an overview of tourism in West Nile. Tourism remains one of the most important and powerful engines of economic growth worldwide. West Nile, as you'll be aware, presents an extraordinary tourism asset, ranging from unique cultural heritage and historical sites to natural attractions that remain largely untapped. To help us understand all these opportunities, it is therefore my pleasure to invite the one and only daughter of West Nile, who prefers to be called daughter of West Nile, but on the other hand, on a professional capacity, she is an associate professor in the University of London, and that is Dr. Maureen Aikoro. Join me on the podium for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawrence, for that introduction. You said something you should not have said, but thank you. It's a great pleasure, again, for me to stand here today to try and speak about a topic that is very close to my heart, something that I feel I probably know slightly more about than what I talked about yesterday, or I'm more passionate about. We started to look at the context in which we could frame the idea of investment in the West Nile region. In today's session, I want to focus more squarely, as we get deeper into the sectors, on the tourism sector, and to also lay the foundation for the presentation that comes after me. So tourism as we know it, conventionally, does not actually exist in the West Nile region. Now that is very controversial to say, but let me explain. Conventionally, tourism is expected, or it works in a context where you see, in an African environment, safaris, maybe the beaches, and so on and so forth. That is not happening in the West Nile region, but something more fundamental is already in place. Yesterday, I took the liberty to outline different capitals that the underpinning system on which the West Nile region can take itself up. And tourism is that sector that kind of leverages and depends on all of those things at the same time. So, thank you. So today, to help us to understand that, I wanted to take us through a number of things that are happening with our tourism that helps us to see how those four capital ideas come in together. That is the land, our history, our heritage, both cultural and colonial, our hospitality, our faith, which again is both indigenous to the people there and colonial as well, because as you probably know, with our Christianity, our Islam and so forth, those are not native religions, but nevertheless, they're part of our fabrics now. We've embraced them. And using all of these assets, turning them into livelihoods, but on a condition that we do so through stewardship, so that those very resources that can bring people into the West Nile region continue to sustain lives well beyond our very presence here today. So to look at that, I thought we could define the scales at which we understand the tourism in West Nile as it stands today. Four things stand out to me. At a community scale, you're thinking about a tourism that can be developed at the community level to allow the homestead, the arrangements, the cooperatives, or something that we are very familiar with now, the circle type of system, where people can mobilize resources at community level to develop and tourism at that local scale. So the benefits stay really with the community, and it addresses immediate livelihood and needs. There is also what most people are doing now by way of business. A lot of private investments or private ventures that you see has gone into lodging. A lot of our people now have lodges. If you think about it, the hotels, the small hotels, medium-sized hotels, some people are offering small boat rides and so on and so forth. They're still small scale, but they're things that people can, as private sector investment, they can do, and I'll outline a few more things in a minute, which is a mid-scale level. An individual who can mobilize enough resources is able to do that and capture the private gains for themselves. It's also the area in which you can bring in a lot of the expertise you have from the diaspora communities. Some of you might have with friends, or you might have enough savings to invest in a tourism at this mid-scale level. There are certain aspects, however, that are simply too large and need a lot of regulation that cannot be done by individuals. In these areas, we need investors. Could be one powerful big investor who has the resources, but we really need public-private partnerships. These are things that allow us to think about opportunities that bring the government, the private investors, and partners at one table to identify. It could be a major resort, it could be a major system like an infrastructure thing that leverages everything for us. Think about an airport. Expanding that cannot be done by an individual business, but you need stakeholders to come together. But then what underpins all of this, what gives the foundation, is the infrastructure, the roads, the electricity, the border services where our borderland, remember the framing yesterday, people need to get in and out. They're coming from Congo, they're coming from Sudan, and we're going the other side, hopefully. But for this occasion, we need them to come in to West Nile, rather than us going the other side. So something that makes that work very seamlessly, so that any business that is invested in the tourism sector in West Nile has the opportunity to not be interrupted with the bureaucracy or their visitors being held back. Now, yesterday we had a lot of exciting things, and I think Honorable Babanga outlined the things the government is doing already. And before him, Mr. Mukiza, who talked about the infrastructural, the investment strategies that the government has in place. So those are some of the foundational things I have in mind that helps to leverage the three areas that I've talked about before. So let's start by looking at these opportunities in slightly more detail. The rivers. We have a lot of small and large water bodies, and yesterday I mentioned these were one of our key natural assets or natural capital that we could leverage. And because the River Nile, as it continues its journey into the Mediterranean Sea via our homeland, before it exits our homeland, it gives us big opportunity for investment. So at the moment, we see a range of potential for river cruising on in Moyo and the Laropi area. There is a ferry there. If you read some of the media stories, most of the times it works well. It facilitates the commute or the transport for people. I'll show you an image in a minute. Transport for people between Moyo and Adjumani and so forth, but it has a potential that is bigger than just having a local transportation facilitation. The opportunity to have an upriver cruise that goes beyond Moyo into Adjumani and crosses into Sudan, where we have to work with our neighbors. Because at one point, you remember yesterday I told you historically, at one point we were the same people before the lines were drawn that now put us in different places. So an opportunity to probably bring investors who are from the other side and also from the West Nile side to build something together that includes river cruises that move from Moyo all the way into Sudan. That would be one of the opportunities there, because there's no reason why it should be contained. Maybe the curious visitor wants to have an African exploration that allows them to go arrive into West Nile and skip into South Sudan as well. But maybe we cannot develop the South Sudan part unless if they work with us as partners. Sport fishing is the other element. Our water bodies, we're already eating our fish and having fun with it. The Nile perch, my favorite all time, I can never have enough of it. Tilapia grilled, and you can already begin to picture where I'm going. A lot of that we do for food, and it's perfect. But actually, as an opportunity to invite people who are willing to come in to do the sport fishing, where you can encourage them to catch their own fish, then it's prepared for them in the best possible local cuisine system that we have in place that leverages local indigenous knowledge, would be an excellent thing to promote. I do not think we're doing a lot of that yet. We have tourists who come in. Seen an example here. This, I think, somebody kindly shared this with me last night. I didn't have it in my slides. Tourists who currently come in, they sometimes go and do the sport fishing, but it's not promoted as a distinct activity that could draw in people who are willing to come and enjoy. So this is one of the areas that can be and needs to be developed further, and then it needs to be developed and also properly included as a product that is being sold. So when you invite people who come into West Nile, they know one of the things they will do when they are in Moyo, Adjumani, that area, they will go do some sport fishing, and they could actually eat the fish that they caught themselves. So it's something, but it needs to be a structured part of the product that's on offer, not a sporadic one. Boat safaris, the large cruises facilitated with the ferry that is currently there, hopefully upgraded in future, is an opportunity to bring people who want personalized, small-scale encounter, not to sit with everybody else in a big river cruise. Some people like that, and the idea of what we call mass tourism, that is what you see happening. A lot of people go into one big boat cruise, then they go together. But some people prefer the personal touch. One or two maybe comes with a family, a friend, and they want the tour guide, a very knowledgeable person who knows about the history and culture of the place, to explain to them what is going on so that they can have it all for themselves. And there is an opportunity to develop those small boat, very safe excursions so people can actually participate and enjoy our water systems and the history and the heritage that comes with it. So for these things, the immediate investments that are needed there would be the vessels. I do not know, I declare my ignorance here, unfortunately. I don't know if we have people in the ground who actually build these things, who are building the local vessels. I know people always made the local boats on which the fishermen go, usually fishermen, I'm not sure if they're fisherwomen, but the fishermen who usually go fishing using the small boats. These are handmade. But I'm not sure if these have been, that scale has been enhanced to transform those boats made by the hands of the people in the West Nile into tour boats. I'm not very familiar with that. If somebody is aware of this, they can share the experience. But that is an area, an opportunity for upskilling and also an opportunity for investment, because some people will need that. Others might prefer the modern system, speed jets that are able to kind of fly in and out in the water body to experience the travels, the water safaris. Licensing. Yesterday, I think we heard from Mr. Mukiza that one of the things Uganda Investment Authority is trying to do is to streamline the process. If you come in as an investor, so that you don't have to keep going through so many different offices to get your business licensed. So if that was streamlined, digitized, and people didn't have to move physically from one place to another, it will be another opportunity. And maybe somebody who has the ability to create applications that simplify things. A lot of us use our phones today, so you can sit in a hotel room, busy getting the license without needing to actually go anywhere. That would be a business opportunity. And then the cross-border clearance. That's where we need our politicians to do their conversations so that they agree in advance that people who are coming with clear business interests, they're coming in, they're crossing the borders easily. So it's easily facilitated. We now have the both the East African community, we have the COMESA, never remember what COMESA is, and for Common Market for East and Southern Africa, I think. And a number of those regional arrangements should, in theory, make it easier for somebody who comes from within the region to cross over. It should be quite straightforward. But if they're not from the region, then the process of them getting the visas and clearance should also be simplified. Then we're set up in terms of the water bodies. Now can you just keep that image there? The next image, just keep it there. So yesterday I talked a lot about Ajayi. I was very excited about the return of the white rhinos. Now, one of the important things that is happening there is that there is no explicit lodging services at the moment. If anybody wanted to go today to Ajayi Reserve, whether to see the white rhinos because they've come back home, or if they were maybe a business or we have a business idea, you may have to do a bit of camping, because I understand as of now, I checked on Good Authority yesterday, that there is still no lodging facilities there. So this is an immediate mid-scale and also community level scale investment opportunity. Community level because with personal experience of research I've done with these communities who have expressed a need to actually benefit from a resource that is part of their backyard and also part of their heritage, immediate heritage, having opportunities to create community level lodging services that they can then probably offer homestays and tell the visitors about it as the people who are closest to the resource is one opportunity. Sometimes they might need somebody who knows and understands it to guide them and to work with them. But that is one area in which you see the community level investment required, because at the moment it is very raw. They don't have it. They don't have the facilities. But the mid-level investment is also really important, because if you're thinking about an ecotourism investment, you're looking at starting a business opportunity, providing lodging services that adds a stewardship element straight away. You want to make sure when you build your eco-lodge, the environmental issues are addressed at the design stage. There are social issues of inclusion and community benefits are addressed straight away, and also the economic, the benefits, the profits you expect to make. So because that is from the beginning, and it needs a probably higher level engagement, both in terms of understanding and capital, that's probably where those of us here in the diaspora who are very much interested in this area could go and invest in creating eco-lodges. But if it needs to get more than that, beyond that, then it's an opportunity probably for public-private partnerships and some kind of, the road system is getting improved. The last time I traveled, the road that passes by Ajayi was about nearly 80 years ago. It works better when there are no rains. If there rains, it's still going to be problematic. So service providers who offer the four-wheel drives, if you think about it as a car rental service, it will be one of the important things to help get people from other parts of West Nile and Uganda or across the border to come into this place until when the road eventually gets tarmacked. But that is also where the enabling role of the government is to help in that situation. And any private investor who thinks long-term can facilitate this process as well. I think I've mentioned the small cruises, but we also now know that Ajayi is one of the World Bank supported forest restoration, ecosystem restoration projects in Uganda. So that is one area in which you see the government working with a multilateral international institution to support ecosystem restoration and hence reintroduction of the white rhinos and so forth. So at different scales where you probably need different investors or combination of investors, and then the benefits overall should spread out. Again, to Ajayi, one of the things we heard, I think I mentioned this very briefly yesterday, but to also help with our presentation for today that will follow after this one of the things that we're going to do there, which is a very clever thing that Uganda Wildlife Authority came up with, which we need to actually congratulate them, was to say that we're going to put a monument, build a physical monument that would commemorate the role of King Ajayi, as they call him, King Ajayi, who was the visionary behind the conservation of white rhinos in his land before it became a government conservation policy under the colonial period. And also to honor something else. In 1910, the West Nile was not yet part of Uganda. So we will have to do our own research to find out whether it was part of King Leopold's Ledo enclave or if it was part of Sudan, i.e. the southern equatorial region. We'll find out. A bit of homework for us. But Roosevelt, American president of a little over 100 years now, he came for an African expedition. And during that expedition, he went all the way to Ajayi, and he apparently met with Ajayi the king and in his palace, and then he hunted a number of white rhinos as well. And the collection that he built during his expedition is still exhibited in the Roosevelt Library in the US. So what an interesting opportunity to bring American tourists to follow the footsteps of their great president. So that is a new monument that will be built by Uganda Wildlife Authority, and probably one of those big things you want collaboration in terms of public-private partnerships. But what it does is to add another, what Dr. Park will be saying later, an element of what you call tangible heritage towards what is already a natural heritage and aspects of it that were there before. So, eco-lodges for Ajayi, a monument already there, and opportunities to now have a program where people know, are trained, young people are trained, especially. I don't mean to be age discriminative, but it does look like this is a natural transfer of responsibility. When we're not here, somebody needs to keep doing it. So opportunities for skills that allow people to communicate that heritage, whether it's about nature, or culture, or the colonial heritage, or the visits of important people like Roosevelt to our homeland, a way of packaging it and narrating it so that you are the interpreter to tell the outside world that comes into West Nile that this is the story, this is how this links with our local heritage, our people, and how our connections to the outside world has always been before we talked about the formal tourism, which I said is not yet happening there. So we need people who would have the skills. You invest in the resources, the monuments, the eco-lodges, and the boat rides and so forth, but we need people who tell the story, the local people who tell the story as an important group that will need the skills to do so. I also mentioned something around ecotourism broadly. I won't mention Ajayi again, I promise. But we have a huge range of resources that can help with ecotourism development. And a lot of these have to do with the forest reserves that we have across the region. Now, ecotourism as a foundational element to tourism started in the forested areas, and countries like Costa Rica, Belize became very well known for doing this. We have a lot of these resources as well in the region, and I've listed a few of them. I call them the real estates of the region. Mount Kay, Oche, yeah, thank you, East and West, Era, Wati, Zoka, Nyakarongo. All of these are forest reserves across the West Nile region that have a great potential for ecotourism development. Unfortunately, they've also faced the pressure of population growth and the need for resources. So they've been many of them have been severely depleted, with the sense that we need an opportunity for ecosystem restoration, which goes hand in hand with the business opportunity. Yesterday, I did highlight something, that with the introduction of white rhinos, you could see a place that seemed to have lost its soul is being restored, and with it comes the opportunity to introduce business, new businesses and livelihoods. This is going to be the case with rainforests. Ecotourism developed there is going to be one of the opportunities to forcibly stop encroachment and logging, because it's a more viable, longer-term economic opportunity that can come from using our natural resources, and hopefully restoring the resources in such a way that they do much more than just ecotourism, to moderate the local climate, to help the rain systems, and so on and so forth. There's much more, and the biodiversity in the area. So that opportunity is there, and ecotourism is one of the best forms of tourism that can help with that. We now know Mount Key is undergoing a restoration project that also brings in a lot of opportunities for what you call a carbon finance. So carbon financing is one of the sometimes questionable, but one of the strategies, market-led strategies for addressing climate change. It is an opportunity to identify an area that needs ecosystem restoration, but where very well-developed project is then sold to companies, organizations out there that want to do something to reduce their carbon footprint, because the work they do, maybe the manufacturing or whatever it is they're doing, is known to be generating a lot of carbon emissions or greenhouse gases. So they pay or they buy the credit so that the money they put in should help with things like reforestation efforts, and also bridging that gap to help attribute or take responsibility for their own emissions that is happening in another land, but they buy the carbon credits so they can help you restore what is happening in your backyard. So if it is done carefully and it's monitored very well, it's one of the opportunities you can do to develop carbon finance projects, so that companies out there can then buy that and put the money you need, the investment money you need, to restore your ecosystem and hence to run your ecotourism business while our ecosystem is restored. So Mount Key is our local example at the moment, but there's no reason why the rest of the forest systems in the West Nile cannot benefit from that. So the forests, as a tourism product, have opportunities that need developing. These opportunities have to do with the forest trails. They need to be marked so people who are doing forest walks actually can get in and out very safely. You can also invest in canopy walks. So if you've been to these places across the world where if you do not want to walk on the ground, you can be up in the air and walk in a canopy, but someone needs to build those safely, like an air passage, so you're able to walk above the forest and to have a very beautiful panorama of what is below. People need to invest in that. You can also think about beekeeping, but that, I think somebody's going to talk about beekeeping, so I want to delve into that as another opportunity that comes with the ecotourism that goes hand in hand with other economic activities and so on and so forth. And in all of these things, visitors, if they are alerted to in a very structured program, they will know if they come to West Nile, these are some of the rich experiences they will have. Community-based investments as the other area in which we want to draw attention. I've already started to mention places where, or the scale at which the communities can invest. Homestays are very popular in some parts of the world. I only know a little bit about Malaysia because I had students from there who were studying or doing their projects on Malaysian homestays, and they told me a lot about what happens there. It is basically, you don't need to build a lodge. You're probably going to organize space within your house, the spare room, where somebody who's coming in as a visitor wants to have a full experience of what it means to spend a day in a typical West Nile house, have the same experiences that you have, but you need to be able to do it in a way that is probably, if you're going to sell a product, you want to sell it in a way that is appealing. It gives the person who's buying it value for money. But that is something that's very easy and low scale. It can be done at community level if people are trained. Yesterday, an important question came up, I think, online that said, we are talking about investment opportunities, but we haven't understood the skills or the skills gap or the knowledge gap that might be required. And I said I would respond today. So one of the things that has been done to address the skills gap at this community level is to arrange to train people locally. There are institutions that are emerging to do this. I was just discussing with Dr. Park briefly before I came up here. Professors Without Borders is one of those organizations. They identify places where communities are creating things like homestays, but they don't have the skills and experience. They will send somebody there. They could ask her to go, they could ask me to go, to work with them, spend maybe 1 or 2 weeks in the household, the place where the communities are trying to develop this low-scale development, so that they have the opportunity to learn from people who have the experience and understanding. And when they're ready to then leverage that as a business opportunity, they are prepared. They're not just going it in a raw entrepreneurial sense, but they've been prepared. So that is one area in which you can close that knowledge skills gap. Go straight in the ground and train them. And local institutions like universities, I don't know if our friends from Makere University Business School are here. I did request them to attend this session because I'm going to flag them up, the tourism hospitality faculty, to be some of the local stakeholders who can help with on the ground training of the communities, because maybe the students who come through their doors are not having that opportunity to go back to the communities, to work from there. If you follow the presentation from Dr. Boka yesterday, people may not be going to the villages, but the professors can actually go and train the people straight away who are not going to go to university, but they need practical skills. So that was another area to think about. Let's skip ahead now. Let's try and wind down. We could also think about our landscapes as a venue. Landscapes, I think. Can you go to? Yeah, landscapes. As a venue, hiking is one of the things that can be promoted. A lot of our people are already doing that. So you can encourage, in this day and age when everybody is talking about health and well-being, and we're having concerns about non-communicable diseases becoming a problem, maybe we can encourage our people to go up there, those ones who usually sit in the offices and so forth, to try hiking in those places, the higher mountains. The place we have, there's usually a floodplain mostly, but there are a few of these highlands where we can go hiking. And somebody needs to find a way to document those as a business proposition to encourage an uptake of this within the region. One of the things that I want to introduce very briefly here before I wrap up this session is we have a huge amount of very important underdeveloped colonial heritage that we could use to our advantage. One of those, what you see there would be the one of the ruins of what you call Dufile. I think it's Dufile? Dufile monument in Moyo. Sorry for my lapse. I'm mindful of the time here. This place is, we'll hear more about the significance later. This place is signifying an important element in our history, where I mentioned yesterday part of the unfortunate encounters we had in the past before we became the West Nile region was slavery. which means people were being taken as slaves to distant lands. And so the two people who built this place, Emin Pasha, a German general who actually was called Eduard Schnitzer, he built this place and he came in. He's known as one of the people who came to fight or stop slavery in our homelands. But we've never actually talked about this element very much. These are some of the things we need to restore to say our encounter with the outside world was not always very negative. Some people came in actually to help us. So some of these heritage spaces, whether in Dufele, in Moyo, or in Wadalai, just beyond Pakwach, if I'm not mistaken, these are places where we can think about the connection between that heritage of those people who came from outside to our lands to try and protect us, defend us from being raided. Alternatively, we also have the Alikwa monument in Maracha, which is an area which helps us to understand the introduction of modern day taxation. We might fight it, our people resisted it, but the Belgians established it there so they could help with taxing grains that people were growing as a way of mobilizing resources and so on and so forth. So these are areas that give us an opportunity to create a heritage trade through the West Nile region that we can take forward. I think with that, I'm probably going to, the rest of this is a range of heritage things that I'm not actually qualified to talk about. I'll leave that to Dr. Park. So I just wanted to finish with the enablers. Yeah, thank you. The enablers, I said at the beginning that whether you're going to invest at a community level or investing at private sector mid-range or public-private partnerships, we need the enablers. So our road systems, we heard about this yesterday, how Dr. Nguva's farm, people have to carry implements because there's no road 5 miles away from where the farm is. That is a similar experience with most of these, whether heritage or natural attractions that we could package as a tourism product. So we need roads that go into these places so people don't get stuck. You're trying to drive there, you can't reach there. Nobody wants to get tired before they've had the experience they've paid for. So this is where we need the help. So those of you who have the conversation with the policymakers, the roads going to the places that need to be developed, where people will put their lodges, will invest their money, need to be sorted out so that it's easier for them to sell their product or the service. We've recently learned that the government is going to secure funds to expand and upgrade Arua airfield into a proper mid-range airport. That is a fantastic news for us because apart from the jobs and the immediate opportunities of construction, this is one of the things that you can now easily use to say, if you've been able to come all the way to Murchison Falls, which is very close to our border, especially from the Navy side, if you're too lazy to drive on the road to appreciate the culture and scenery of the entire West Nile, then you can just take a flight from Pakuba straight into Arua. And there's no reason why you cannot enjoy the place. So that's a great opportunity we got there from the government. I'm also aware that our president said in 2019 that he was going to, President Museveni, build roads from West Nile all the way to Central African Republic. Maybe our neighbors are not just Congo, DRC Congo, we're looking way beyond. If the road is built, we're going to get those regional partners who come in all the way to our lands. We've already heard about electricity capacity being increased. Nobody wants to go into a place where they cannot charge their phones and they can't actually see what's around them. So if you're going to invest in an eco-lodge, you need to make sure there's some opportunity to connect. On the other hand, if the grid has not reached there, maybe that's an opportunity for another stream of business, supplying solar panels, so that those who are investing in lodges can buy from you. So you're creating a chain of opportunity that goes beyond the tourism industry. And with the border skills, I think I already passed that on to our Honorable MP. I hope you're paying attention to that one, because that's the government level conversation that needs to happen to facilitate effective and smooth conversations. So all of these are really important decisions that we need to make. We can do all of these individually, at small scale. We can all pull together to go and start investing. and we can bring our friends to put in some money in the pot. So we do that together, and then ask our government to facilitate where necessary. So to continue this conversation, mine was just setting the scene so that when we hear about the role of heritage, cultural heritage in sustainable tourism development, you would know some of the assets that you can bear in mind as we hear our keynote speaker talking about this. So I thank you all for your patience. Now I'm going to, hopefully, can I introduce the next speaker? Because I'm done with my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Morin, for that excellent presentation on tourism. But before you go, I would like you to introduce the next speaker. For those who joined us online, we're just running behind with the schedule. And if you're scheduled to speak, we will make sure that we take care of the time you speak accordingly. I think the moderators will get in touch with you shortly. Thank you. I'll hand the microphone to Dr. Morin.
Thank you. Just a minute, let me get these slides. Just bear with me, I need to get the slides for her. Just a minute before I introduce. Yeah, but you need to say so. You don't have to keep looking at the slide. Okay, so, okay, let me introduce you first. Okay, so, okay, it's an absolute honor for me to stand here to introduce my best friend. I want to start at a very personal note, and my Korean sister, I'll start there as well, who is going to speak with us today. That is just to give you the connection that is deeper than what she's going to tell you. So today we're very blessed, and we're lucky to have one of the people who holds the position of an expert in heritage tourism, Dr. Hyung-Yu Park, who researches on heritage tourism, who researches on identity, social memory, and critical heritage studies, who is one of the people who has invested time to develop the disciplinary understanding of the role of heritage tourism in society and in a sustainable way, who has done a lot of work in this area, publishing in leading journals, writing books. It's so hard to write a book to begin with, writing a book individually by herself to try and articulate these ideas, to be speaking with us today. Apart from all these intellectual works that Dr. Hyung-Yu Park has done, she's also done practical things, advising governments about heritage tourism development. These advices have been done directly with governments in South Korea, which is her home country, in China, in Indonesia, in Kazakhstan, in Uzbekistan. I think you've forgotten Vietnam, but I'll add it there anyway, Vietnam and so on. And also some of this advice has gone through UNESCO. All of us have heard about UNESCO, the UN agency that deals with education, culture, and heritage, and also Organization for World Heritage Cities, the Asia Pacific region, and more recently, working with the Norwegian or Nordic Culture Fund Globus Forward, where she's doing a lot of work to rethink the tourism network, and also working with what you call critical history tours funded by the European Union Commission. So a lot of opportunities for us to hear some of the things that have to do with how you develop your cultural heritage, and also where it helps to anchor some of the development of tourism together in a place like the West Nile, which does not have conventional tourism. So ladies and gentlemen, both here and online, join me to welcome Dr. Park to speak to us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Hyung-Yu Park, Associate Professor in Tourism Studies at Middlesex University in London. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here to discuss sustainable heritage tourism development for the West Nile region. Thank you for providing me this wonderful opportunity this morning, but particularly I would like to show my gratitude to Dr. Maureen Aikru, who introduced me as Korean sister, who has been a wonderful academic companion for all these years of studying and teaching in England. But I have actually worked with various governments in the Asia and Pacific region, but I haven't had an opportunity to work for any African countries. So it has to be Uganda, my sister's country. Next slide. So I would like to give you a brief introduction about what heritage tourism is and what heritage means before we applying actually these sustainable approaches to heritage tourism development in the West Nile region. So heritage tourism in the past, it was an alternative or special interest tourism. Only very culturally motivated small group of people were interested in becoming heritage tourists. And then the heritage tourism development was peripheral to mainstream tourism planning and policy. And also it was very much limited to specialists and culturally motivated tourists. However, heritage tourism is now one of the most popular and fastest growing form of tourism globally. According to UNWTO in 2023, now cultural and heritage tourists account for 40% of all global tourism. So it's a quite significant number. But heritage tourism is central to national or regional identity and tourism strategy and regeneration. So heritage tourism is regarded as a very successful tool for national development or regional regeneration in many countries nowadays. And it also attracts a diverse range of tourists. Why is heritage tourism so popular now then? Because globally, a transition from beach tourism to more experience-focused, culturally aware, and sustainable tourism is happening. And heritage is closely associated with identity and a sense of belonging. So one particular drive for this popularity and growth of heritage tourism is World Heritage Sites. Originally, the purpose of World Heritage designation is to protect or conserve heritage sites. But ironically now, World Heritage Site designation comes with a huge potential of tourism development. So many governments, particularly where tourism is not particularly developed, then many governments think World Heritage designation will bring huge economic benefits. So World Heritage Sites has become a brand and then has become a very unique selling point. So for some countries, World Heritage Sites really added value to their economic development of tourism. So in some ways, this kind of factors have driven heritage tourism increasingly becoming over-tourism. So now, some popular heritage tourism destinations, I'm sure you can recognize this is the Great Wall in China. And then look at the number of tourists. And then predominantly Chinese tourists, probably during one of those main national holidays in China. And then the next photo again, because of all this popularity of heritage tourism these days, many over-tourism destinations recognized through European countries, they are mainly heritage tourism destinations. So you look at Venice, and over-tourism has become a buzzword over the last decade. And then so many heritage tourism destinations have become over-tourism destinations, and then which in a way has brought more issues than beach tourism destinations in terms of crowd management of tourists. So heritage tourism has got a huge potential. However, we really do not want to bring heritage tourism in what we have seen in the photos. We really want to have more community-based, more small-scale, and qualitative tourism development in the West Nile. So what is heritage? I mean, we use heritage a lot, but then probably we haven't really had opportunities to dwell upon what heritage really means. Just for your understanding, I have just brought two different dimensions of heritage tourism. Obviously, this is not the only way of understanding different types or scales of heritage, but maybe from a tourism perspective, at least these two different types and scales of heritage is very useful to understand. Firstly, tangible heritage. So the Great Wall in China or the Venice, which I have shown you in the photos, they are mainly celebrating their tangible heritage. So tangible heritage means the material and physical remnant of the past. So including artifacts, objects, buildings, and sites. So tangible heritage means physical material heritage, which we usually have related our understanding to heritage. But more than tangible heritage, we must recognize the importance of intangible heritage, including living heritage and tradition. So intangible resources like experience-based cultural events, including festivals and traditional events, and intangible heritage focuses on recognition of the socio-psychological dimensions of heritage. So when we incorporate intangible heritage as part of a tourism development, usually we value personal and individual perceptions and meanings and feelings and subjective sentiment, which are usually not included when we just look at heritage only from physical and material dimensions. So why heritage tourism for the West Nile region?
Let's do this. That helps.
So West Nile region holds significant colonial, archaeological, and living cultural heritage. And heritage assets remain very much underutilized and underdeveloped from a tourism perspective. Tourism development is very needed and essential. However, conventional tourism models could risk cultural erosion and community exclusion. Sustainable heritage tourism offers a people-centered alternative aligned with National Development Plan in Uganda. An opportunity to position West Nile as Uganda's next frontier heritage destination. Now, sustainable approaches to heritage tourism. We cannot deny the fact too much focus has been placed on economic impact of tourism, particularly if we see tourism as an economic tool. And many developing countries have seen tourism as a very effective economic tool. So they didn't really think about what kind of negative impacts or consequences as tourism could bring. They only thought tourism would be a golden, goose laying actually, a goose laying golden eggs. But then tourism is a double-edged sword. If you just focus too much emphasis on economic impact of tourism, then cultural and social impact would ensue, and then tourism development or tourism impact would not be sustained. This is why sustainability needs to be really considered from the beginning of tourism development. When I work with many different governments or big international organizations, I often receive a request, particularly in developing countries where I've been working, like Thailand, Vietnam, where tourism is the main sole, economic, generator. More than 80%, 90% of the national economy is dependent on tourism. And then they all are very much interested in transitioning to sustainable approaches to tourism. And then they often ask me, because I teach and work in London, they say, what kind of sustainability model or framework should we learn from Western countries or developed countries? And I often feel quite frustrated about those questions, because at the end of the day, even though we bring very successful regeneration scheme or national development strategies based on certain cities in Europe or certain actually places in developed countries, that is not going to solve all the issues in the countries where we are or in the context where we stay. My point is here is sustainability needs to be defined and contextualized, valuing local situations and conditions. Sustainability for the West Nile region should be differentiated from sustainability for London or Venice or Korea, Seoul, or even the same developing countries in Asia Pacific region. Because sustainability, more than anything else, is about people and places in this local context. So we should move beyond this purely economic focus of a tourism understanding. And then we must value tourism needs to be very much social and culturally oriented. Heritage tourism is benefited. You can plan a tourism development, but then less crowded. It might be contradictory to the photos I showed you. This is why I thought, giving you different ideas about what heritage means based on tangible and intangible heritage is very important in this context. If you just focus on site, one monument, then when heritage tourism becomes well promoted and developed, then you can end up having this overcrowded site. However, if you pay attention to different types of heritage sites or places and different layers of historic fabric of communities involved or different stories of the communities. So all these intangible, which cannot be materialized, however so important, culturally and symbolically, then we can probably develop much wider scope of heritage tourism development, which can be avoided from being exploited and being extractive. So less number of tourists, but more spending tourists, and the tourists who are willing to stay longer, tourists who are very interested in experiencing local cultural products and experiences, not just looking at the site, but trying local cuisines or trying to take part in local cultural events, trying to interact with the local people. So we really need to make emphasis on these opportunities, varied approaches. So decolonizing tourism, not just following Western or successful cases of sustainable approaches in another part of the world, but decolonizing tourism and reclaiming heritage in the context of the West Nile region. Personally, I believe tourism development in the region should start to focus on smaller, slower, and more qualitative forms of tourism. And then also, for training and educational purposes, more holistic and social science-based understanding of tourism, because in many cases, students in tourism colleges and universities, they think of tourism as an industry only. They think of tourism as a very much actually industry-focused, business-oriented opportunities. But then, if they can learn different ideas and different understandings of tourism, culture and heritage-oriented, and socially balanced and community-focused, all these social science-based understanding of tourism will be very useful and effective in raising the public awareness of people involved in this region. And tourism should be seen not merely as an economic tool, but as a medium for cultural dialogue, trust, and resilience. So tourism, heritage tourism, should serve as a transformation from exploitation to empowerment, from spectacle to substance. So now, I would like to make some recommendations to consider. It will be really useful to establish a West Nile Heritage Tourism Authority or some sort of coordinating body. By way of integrating heritage tourism into district development or national development plans across the region. So this kind of coordination and integration is very essential. So in a way, what you do in the West Nile region can be recognized nationally. And then that will make a huge symbiosis, which is critical at this stage of tourism development. And develop heritage-aware, culture-aware tourist infrastructure. Dr. Aikoru emphasized different types of enablers, which is so crucial for tourism development. But then, not just the roads, not just infrastructures, different facilities, but probably we really need to consider developing different types of museums or cultural centers and heritage trails and various interpretational methods and narratives. And develop public-private community partnership models for heritage and tourism management. Public sector, private sector, community, they are all very important and essential partners. And train local heritage interpreters and cultural guides. This is an essential part of empowering the local people about their heritage. But at the same time, it will create the employment opportunities for people who are not actually part of tourism development. So, for example, will be a great opportunity to support women-led and youth-led tourism enterprises or initiatives. And building a development plan is important. But then many communities or many countries often forget monitoring system or evaluation framework is as important as developing plans, because this kind of development needs to be monitored very often, but also very closely and carefully, because so many things can be promised at the beginning stage, particularly in terms of tourism development. So many promises can be made. But then monitoring can only continue and evaluate whether or not their promises are being met and make any real impact on the communities as they originally planned. So evaluation frameworks to measure social, cultural, and economic impact will be very, very useful and effective. I mentioned about heritage-aware tourism infrastructure. So I mentioned about museums, cultural centers, community initiatives, and stuff like that. When Dr. Aikoru passed some information, unfortunately, I have never been to Uganda. I'm waiting for my sister's invitation, hopefully. Now I think she will keep the promise because, but then she already mentioned about so many different and various and rich heritage sites and heritage assets in the West Nile region. And then I thought about if we manage to connect these places, and these actually, heritage sites and experiences, both tangible and intangible, then there will be really actually, wonderful heritage trails, which can be further utilized for, not just the tourism development, but sustaining identity and social and cultural memories in the region. So heritage trails create linked tourist experiences. And then it is a very useful tool to extend length of stay and extent of tourist exposure to local communities and interaction with the local people. And also, it can distribute economic benefits across communities. Because it is usually when certain communities become very popular tourist destination, then other communities can feel, in a way, isolated from this tourism development. And also they do not really feel the ownership of their heritage and culture through that process. So it's important, maybe one or two communities, they probably will be more popular than others. This kind of things can be, inevitable. However, we can also think about how to distribute these benefits and share the benefits with different and across the different communities. And developing thematic heritage trails will make community more engaged, and also it can incorporate different layers of history and memory and storytellings of different individuals. So for example, many countries or regions again, when they develop heritage tourism development, they often emphasize one historical period or one particular monument. So this happens, I think, actually, to most of the countries. For example, England really thrives on Tudor period, medieval period, and then Tudor period has been branded as one of the most popular and important periods in English history. And then it has worked, from a tourism perspective. In Korea, we value Joseon Kingdom period a lot. So many heritage sites or cultural experiences are centered around that particular period. However, by doing that, other historical periods or some sites and traditions from different periods are excluded. And in a way, each country has a different layers of history. History, culture evolves. It's not just one static and fixed representation of the past. So we really need to embrace and reflect that evolution, that kind of, processual nature of culture and heritage. So this is why if you develop heritage trails, like I just suggest a couple of things like anti-slavery or colonial resistance trail, then you can put different histories, different memories associated with colonialism, but then the beautiful, amazing stories of, colonial resistance and different types of victory, over the history. All these things can be put together under this theme, and in a way, you can create very rich and individualized and very much experience-based heritage trails. So Fort Dufil, and I look at actually the photo of Alikuwa pyramids, which I never knew, but such a wonderful and interesting story. And then I looked through different actually research material, and then I found one English newspaper wrote about these pyramids, and then the title was "Abandoned Pyramids in this region." And then it shouldn't be abandoned; it should be incorporated, and it should be actually incorporated in this heritage trail, and then the story needs to be heard and shared. So I'm just actually including this trans-border kingdom circuit or Allure Kingdom, where Dr. Aikoru has come from, and cross-border cultural landscapes, because the Western Nile region now is like, South Sudan and Congo, Uganda. It is actually, very much diverse, but at the same time sharing the cultural roots, but how each country has differentiated their cultural roots, and how actually those cultural roots, which was once together, have diversified into different stories and into different landscapes. I think this type of tourism can be a great, opportunity to unravel all these opportunities. And another thing I would like to emphasize is all the heritage sites or experiences are not celebratory. We know that. Some past can be painful and indisgraceful or negative. However, we cannot erase it. One thing about South Korea, South Korea for the last 30 years, well, I think, in this era, we have changed this perspective a little bit, which is very positive. However, when I grew up back in the 1980s and 1990s, South Korea didn't really want to be reminded of one particular historical period, Japanese colonialism. It was actually quite substantial period of Korean modern history from 1910 to 1936. I mean, definitely it wasn't a very, very positive history of Korea. However, it happened, and also in our contemporary time, we must be able to incorporate and embrace that history as well, that memory as well. But back in the 1980s and 1990s, any buildings related to Japanese colonialism were demolished and had to go. And I often thought some beautiful Japanese houses or buildings which I saw in my hometown, it was quite emotional to see all of them go, only because of their historical associations. And then so many Korean modern history has been lost because of this attitude towards colonialism. And now the government or the different organizations or campaigners have raised different approaches to colonial remnant or colonial history in South Korea. And then now people try to preserve certain buildings and remnants of that period. They really want to utilize it for education and learning and transformation, because at the end of the day, these remnants of difficult past can serve as a very, very creative and transformative force for the next generation's learning and lesson, and also their historical awareness. So I really hope West Nile region can incorporate these different layers of history, nothing to be left behind. Everything can be incorporated and then move forward. And then that can be developed depending on different creations of staged authenticity or constructive authenticity and performative authenticity. Not everything needs to be objectively accurate or true. Some sites, some experiences can be adapted for tourist experiences. Something in the museum can be kept and preserved based on absolute objective authenticity. However, in other tourism contexts, we can hope to create different types of authenticity as well. So dealing with difficult, undesirable, negative heritage can be another potential of tourism as a transformative force in this region. So now, finally, I really, really hope heritage tourism development can serve as a creative and effective driver in promoting meaningful dialogue and a more nuanced, inclusive understanding of the region's complex legacies and varied heritage. You've got a lot of interesting stories to tell, to promote, and hope you can actually put those stories together in a very, very constructive, entertaining, but also very informative ways. And through interpretive strategies, varied interpretive strategies, or maybe here you could think about incorporating some digitization or training of guides and different systems of tour informations and participatory practices and the promotion of diverse voices. Tourism has the potential to transform heritage sites into spaces of reflection, ethical engagement, and healing and learning. And finally, my message lies in this sentence, the key message. Heritage belongs to the communities to carry, who carry it and who moves it forward. So tourism must serve communities first. So thank you so much for your attention. And
Thank you, Dr. Park, for reminding us on the cultural heritage tourism for sustainable development. It's a wonderful presentation. Indeed, we have a legacy project to really develop and work together. And your final remarks, heritage belongs to the communities who carry it. Tourism must serve them first. I think we'll engage in that. We have a range of questions. May I request those who are online to put their questions on chat for both Dr. Ikoro and Dr. Park. We'll bring them back here for responses accordingly. For those who are in room, we'll take those questions at the right time. Again, time is a finite resource. We'll try and manage this time accordingly. We are running behind schedule. We have presenters online who are ready, but due to some adjustments we had to make in the program, we've asked them to wait. So if you're following the program, we have made some adjustments. Please just follow the online live actions that are going through. At this stage, may I take the opportunity for us to have an energizer activity. And the energizer activity, in the process of doing that, I'm going to ask all of you to stand up. Please. Yeah. This is a West Nile event. When I say West Nile, you say rising. West Nile. Rising. West Nile. Rising. When I say diaspora, you say united. I want to see hands up, fist pumps and things like that. Come on. Let's have some energy in the room. Those online also join us with emojis. Diaspora, you say united. Diaspora. United. Diaspora. United. Investment, transformational. Investment. Investment. West Nile, the last. West Nile. West Nile. The final theme is this. It's one West Nile, one future. One West Nile. One West Nile. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, be seated. We will have to go on with that mantra at some point. I think let's keep with that voice and message. On that note, may I invite Dr. Lazarus Angova on stage to pay a special invitation to our guest who was supposed to be the keynote speaker. I'm not going to actually do that myself. As the chair of West Nile Welfare, as the chair of the convention organizing committee, I will hand that responsibility to him. Dr. Lazarus, you're welcome to join me. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege to welcome amongst us Her Excellency, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Uganda to the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland, Ambassador Nimisha Madvani, as our chief guest today. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me first and foremost to extend particularly a warm welcome to Her Excellency. Your Excellency, Your presence here once again is a great honor and a powerful affirmation of the government of Uganda's commitment to engage in the diaspora, promoting investment, and strengthening partnerships between Uganda and the United Kingdom. We are deeply grateful to have you and to have you accept our invitation to be here today. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning we are privileged to have Her Excellency, a distinguished public servant and a diplomat who has spent her career promoting and strengthening Uganda's engagement with the international community. As Uganda's High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, Her Excellency has played a vital role in promoting Uganda as a destination for trade, tourism, and investment, while strengthening the important relationship between our two countries. Her leadership continues to encourage strong engagement between Uganda and the diaspora, recognizing the important contribution that Ugandans abroad make to the national development. Your Excellency, we are honored by your presence. We look forward to hearing from you about opportunities before us on the role of the diaspora in the development of Uganda, and how together we can strengthen partnerships and unlock investment and include economic growth. Your Excellency, I would like to thank you for sparing your time amidst your extremely busy schedule, for being with us here. I know you have some engagements. I would like to take this opportunity, privilege and honor to invite you to address the convention. Your Excellency, you're welcome. Thank you very much.
You want to show where West Nile is to everybody?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I came a little late, but it was not because I didn't want to, but it's because I was in West Sussex at a think tank for cities, urbanization of Commonwealth cities. I had to deliver where we are going as Uganda, and then rush back, and then crisscross London to be here. And thank you so much for being patient. I am deeply honored and privileged to be invited to join you at this third International West Nile Diaspora Convention here in Milton Keynes. I thank the organizers for extending this invitation and commend you for your commitment to bringing together sons and daughters of West Nile from across the world to discuss the future of our region. Allow me to congratulate WNWDA, WN West Nile District, and WENDA for building this convention into a respected international platform. Since its inception in Stockholm, where I was once an ambassador, in 2024, followed by Washington, D.C., where I was the first secretary thereafter in 2025, and now here in the United Kingdom, this convention has demonstrated that West Nilers unite around a common purpose. There is no limit to what can be achieved. This year's theme, Unlocking Investment Opportunities in West Nile, is both timely and inspiring. Investment is not only about capital, it's about people, ideas, innovation, partnerships, and confidence in our future. The Ugandan diaspora continues to play an invaluable role in our country's development. Please don't forget, I was once a diasporan when I was expelled also from Uganda before I went back when Idi Amin decided to expel the Asian Ugandan community. So I really appreciate where I am and what I'm doing today, and I'm very honored. So beyond the significant financial remittances that support families and strengthen our economy, the diaspora contributes skills, professional expertise, technology, innovation, international networks, and a wealth of experience that is critical to Uganda's transformation. Recognizing this immense contribution the government of Uganda has placed under the visionary leadership of His Excellency the President, increasing emphasis on engaging the diaspora as an important development partner. I'm pleased to note that Parliament has again established a diaspora desk, providing an institutional platform through which diaspora issues can be addressed more effectively and enabling stronger engagement between Ugandans abroad and their country at home. This reflects our collective recognition that the diaspora is not simply living abroad, it is an integral part of Uganda's national development. To all our brothers and sisters living overseas, I say this: Uganda is your home and West Nile is your home. Your knowledge, your expertise, your investments, and your leadership remain vital to our shared future, especially for the next generation. As we look to unlock the full economic potential of West Nile region, I wish to place special emphasis on three strategic priorities. First, the development and expansion of air transport management services is essential for improving regional connectivity. Modern air transport infrastructure will facilitate trade, attract investors, tourists, support humanitarian development operations, and position West Nile as a gateway to regional commerce with neighboring countries. Second, tourism promotion through the Explore Uganda campaign must become a central pillar to our regional development agenda. West Nile is endowed with exceptional natural beauty, rich heritage culture, historical sites, wildlife, unique experiences, but remain largely untapped. By promoting Explore Uganda, we invite both domestic and international visitors to discover the hidden treasures of West Nile, creating jobs for our youth, generating income for local communities, and supporting a sustainable economic growth. Third, I wish to acknowledge and commend the Republic of South Korea through the Korea International Cooperation Agency for its enduring partnership with Uganda. KOICA's support in infrastructure, education, agriculture, health, governance, and capacity building has made a significant contribution to Uganda's development. We welcome the continued collaboration between Uganda and South Korea and encourage even greater investment and technical cooperation in West Nile to advance innovation skills, development climate, resilience, and inclusive economic transformation. I myself was privileged to go for political training in South Korea. The president sent us off for training, and I went to a little village called Wonju. I'm sure none of you have heard of it. And it was very far away. It was like going from Kampala looking for West Nile. It was very, very far away. But my goodness, what have they done in that country? They have transformed that country from the experiences of the Japanese colonialism. It's just incredible. They built trains and railways across mountains and 8-lane highways going in one way and 8-lane going the other way. And Wonju is a farmland. So we had to get up at 4 o'clock, run around in the morning, do our exercises if we were in Chankwanzi, and then go farming before we could eat or drink anything. And sleep on the floor every night, no mattress, nothing, on the floor, and get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. And it was a very, very good discipline, let me tell you. They are what they've done in South Korea and where they are today is incredible. They really deserve a big clap, please. So I think you should take a page, or not a page, many, many pages of their history. And we use it to you should partner West Nile with some city in maybe Wonju, I'm not sure, but the professor will guide better. So together, strengthened air connectivity through our ATMS, which is agro-industrialization, the tourism, promotion, mineral development, science, technology, innovation, the promotion of tourism under the Explore Uganda initiative, and strategic international partnerships such as those of COICA and the Republic of South Korea will accelerate the transformation of West Nile into a vibrant hub for investment, tourism, trade, and sustainable development. This addition will give you our progress as Uganda and West Nile as part of progress as a driver of connectivity and investment, and Explore Uganda as a flagship tourism promotion initiative. I therefore encourage you to look beyond remittances and consider long-term investments that create jobs and transform communities. Invest in agriculture, agro-processing, tourism, education, healthcare, renewable energy, manufacturing, technology, hospitality, and real estate. These sectors present enormous opportunities for sustainable growth and prosperity, especially because our regions are becoming urbanized, and urbanized development has to be planned efficiently. West Nile is strategically positioned with rich agricultural land, abundant natural resources, a young, energetic population, and access to regional markets through neighboring countries. These advantages make our region an attractive destination for investment. However, sustainable development requires partnership. Government, the private sector, local communities, development, and the diaspora must work together to unlock the full potential of our region and our country. Together, we can build infrastructure, improve education and healthcare, and promote entrepreneurship, create employment and opportunities for our young people, and raise the standard of living across West Nile. I commend the organizers for creating this platform to strengthen the unity. Let us continue to put aside our differences and work together for the prosperity of future generations. As we gather over these few days, I encourage everyone to network, exchange ideas, establish partnerships, identify practical investment opportunities that can deliver measurable impact back home. Let this convention not simply end with speeches and discussions. Let it produce lasting partnership, concrete investment commitments, and projects that will improve the lives of our people. To every member of the diaspora present today, I extend a heartfelt invitation. Come home. We do an annual diaspora convention in December every year. Invest at home, build, expand. You know, we have a double taxation treaty with the United Kingdom. So if you're earning money here, you're not supposed to pay tax in both places. So explore all those areas of the legal practices so that you know where you stand, but you have your families, your culture, and everything back home. So your homeland welcomes you, values you, and needs your contribution now more than ever. Together, let us unlock the immense potential and contribute to a building of a stronger, more prosperous Uganda. I thank the organizers once again for inviting me to share this important occasion with you. May God bless you all. May God bless West Nile, for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We deeply appreciate your continued support for West Nile diaspora community and your unwavering commitment to creating opportunities for Ugandans living abroad to contribute meaningfully to the national development. Your remarks have reminded us that the diaspora is not simply a community living outside Uganda. It is a strategic partner in investment, innovation, tourism promotion, cultural diplomacy, and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in showing appreciation to Her Excellency Nimisha Madovani. At this point, I would like to also invite the conventional chair, Dr. Lazarus Angova, together with members of organizing committee to present a token of appreciation to Her Excellency for her distinguished support and contributions to West Nile International Diaspora Convention. Dr. Lazarus and your committee members, can I invite you to do that presentation? In the process of doing that, we will then take a photo. I'll invite all delegates to join us as we gather here. I think Richard will organize that for us. Thank you, delegates. Join us for those who are able to for a photograph.
I better get my boss. He pays my salaries.
Yes, please get your boss. I mean, the man who pays your salary always has to be on stage. And we're pleased to have.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor on behalf of the steering committee and the community of West Nile to express my very sincere thanks to Her Excellency, the High Commissioner of Uganda to the UK, for all her support, not just for this convention, but for the West Nile community and the Ugandan community, and for connecting us to the development of Uganda. This is a little token of appreciation, a limited edition special West Nile t-shirt for the convention. Your Excellency, thank you on behalf of the people of West Nile. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At least it's also the right color. I am very, very kind of you, and it's been a pleasure to be here. I just wish I could have stayed much longer, but unfortunately, I can't stay too much longer. But thank you. It's been so nice to meet you all. I'm also happy that I see our products at the back. We need to maybe have the products in the front, and we can just get other people in the hotel to come and see our products as well.
Yes.
It'd be really good to see them.
Yeah.
But thank you. My honorable member of parliament is very important. It's wonderful to see you here. Thank you. And I hope we'll see more of you. I don't know, during Ambassadors Conference, you're going to make sure we go up to that area. You better talk to Honorable Vincent Bajire, the Permanent Secretary for Foreign Affairs, and Honorable Kasolo, so that we venture as part of the Ambassadors Conference, which is an annual event. An Ambassadors Conference, they want us now. It is absolutely, everything is to do with tourism and promotion. So we're supposed to not stay in Kampala. We have to move around the country. So I leave it to you now to push your member of parliament. I have planted the seed. Yeah. Water him well. And thank you for your support, and you have our support as well. And congratulations on the new speaker. And we wish everything the best in Parliament.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
That's nuance as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think at this stage we will have we'll come and take a photo together. If you join us perhaps on the stage, that will be useful. Please. Yeah. Just take this, put this down for now. Yeah, please join on the stage. Can I have thank you.
Come in.
Thank you, everybody. We will have a health break and reconvene at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Yeah? Yes, he's leaving. I think that 15 minutes allows us to wrap things up. Yeah. There's teas and coffees at the back. Also, during the health break, if you like to take photos with Her Excellency, please let's take that opportunity. There's banners here because after the health break, she's going to go for her next commitment. Thank you. You want it to be, yeah, actually, yeah, give it to somebody else. I think the banner is better. The banner is. Yeah, yeah.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built
Trial. Masini konvututu, I can't take this anymore. Tani andi kama tete. Chumade masiare, eswale metenyini. Amera mi otara talongoro samu batinara le mangonyini. Koya nini, ituani. Alo tengere kwangelo ituani. Kimani adite ituani. Andanyi ituani. Ay ituani. Alo tengere kwangelo ituani. Kimani adite ituani. Andanyi ituani. Masitine andetong. Ome ana milerira. Swale majo pero me be aningo. Kimi dasa ingoni. Amala know what can explain. Rari dobi obi. Maleni buditi. Muntanyiko. The stars in there can testify. Masitine nye addicted. Just like the sun for the sky. Alenye patiri ya sigal. Alenye kuno asimi asi. Alenye upaku asigal. Alenye tabuleso nilanga trenda trokwira. Alenye patiri ya sigal. Alenye kuno asimi asi. Alenye upaku asigal. Alenye tabuleso nilanga trenda trokwira. Ituani. Alo tengere kwangelo ituani. Kimani adite ituani. Andanyi ituani. Ay ituani. Alo tengere kwangelo ituani. Kimani adite Andanye tanye tuane tuane Tengere kwangilo oh Imani adite ay andanye tanye tuane
He has other responsibilities where he extends his expertise around energy across Uganda. Paul, we're pleased to have you online, and we're pleased to have you take us through this session about green energy for industrial development in West Nile. Thank you. I'll hand over to you. We have 20 minutes. We're trying to manage our time accordingly. Thank you. Just
over to you. Oh, you're on. Hello, you're on. Engineer Cole, can you hear us? Engineer Cole, you're muted. Allow the call. Engineer Cole. Engineer Paul, I can see you, but you're muted. You're speaking, but muted. You're still muted. Let me try to unmute you, but you will have to do it yourself. Okay, can you hear me now? Loud and clear. Oh, fantastic. Sorry about that. Yes. So, members, good afternoon. Sorry about this technological glitch. I'm glad we've gone past it. Can you see my screen? Good. All right, so I'll take you through the glimpse of the energy environment in West Nile and what opportunities this brings to the diaspora. Again, as mentioned earlier by Lawrence, my name is Paul Tumuine Awuyo from West Nile as well, and privileged to be here at the invitation of the West Nile diaspora team. So what strategic proposition am I trying to share with the team here is that one of the perennial challenges that has been facing West Nile has always been energy. We have gone through a horrendous journey of unstable power, actually from no power to minimum power to unstable power, and now we have the opportunity to utilize the power productively. And what I'm saying here is that the core thesis that I'm bringing to this discussion is that the three elements of reliable electricity, productive demand, as also shared by other presenters of what it brings in terms of agro-processing and bringing jobs and creating a bankable regulatory pathway, will be able to have an investable industrialization environment in West Nile. So my presentation will go through the three areas mentioned, the current situation, and how this can drive development and agro-processing in the region. As mentioned earlier by Lawrence, I am one of the engineers who have set up some of the infrastructure in the region. And on the pictures that you see on your right, are some of the infrastructure that are in the region, the topmost being Nyagak 1 hydropower plant, and then the middle being the transmission lines that are going to Oluyo and the rest. And then the lower picture you see there is a small project, a mini hydro that is in the region, also contributing to the energy capacity in the area. Now, one of the main anchors that energy enables, to which members in the diaspora and the community in West Nile can leverage, that I came up with are these four, and these are opportunities that can be explored. We have the agro-processing environment, and one of the common areas where we need to focus is on value addition. Currently, under the NDP4, the government is trying to increase awareness and establish strengths associated with value addition. In our case, our region is known for the crops I've put there, cassava, maize, rice has started coming up from areas of Yumbe, simsim, which is common in the Rhino Camp area, but still taken raw, in their raw form without value addition. Fruits, mangoes, and of late, shea butter in the Mahdi area is one of the areas to focus in terms of agro-processing, honey and livestock. The positioning currently of West Nile is very prime in that we have access to the South Sudan, DR Congo, and also there is plans now to even integrate the Central African Republic through development of some infrastructure. And our key urban load centers are the ones mentioned, the districts we know. And the fourth opportunity or enabler around this is the youth. The region is blessed with an energetic youth population, which can facilitate this energy environment. Now, what do we have over there? We are currently connected to the national grid, first of all, thanks to the leaders during the period 2020 to 2023, who pushed for this to happen in terms of acceleration. So as mentioned earlier, you can see the growth in terms of power and the energy system, the power system in the region. We came from having 180 kilowatts for 3 hours a day. I studied in Vara Secondary School, and at some point, we would always wait for electricity at a certain time of the night or evening. And this grew to a 1.5 megawatt capacity in the region, which was available only for 18 hours. And many people can attest to what happened with this increment in terms of growth in the region. And then later in late 2012, we had a 3.5 megawatt hydro facility, which used to supply close to 20 hours averagely of electricity. And now we have the capacity to absorb 160 megawatts for 24 hours. Now, what this shows, this 160, is because of the establishment of the two substations in Nebi, which is 80 MVA, and Arua, which is based in Muni. That's about also 80 MVA. And what happens there, as I speak, the only load in the whole of West Nile, the capacity we use right now of this 160 is a paltry 10 megawatts at peak hour. So you can see there is room for growth in terms of building demand. And this demand now can be accelerated by industrialization in a way. The facilities that I've listed on the site, the generation capacities are Kuluva mini hydro, which is 120 kilowatts. It's a mini hydro, really, but it also has a special alignment to the infrastructure in the region. And then I already mentioned the Nyagak 1 hydropower plant, which was commissioned in 2012. Then the 6.6 megawatt Nyagak 3, which was commissioned last year with private investment. This was a special purpose vehicle that was developed under public-private partnership. And then the recent kid on the block in terms of renewables in the region is a new facility called Etuka Solar Power Plant. This is one of the energy infrastructure which is aimed at having a capacity of over 150 megawatts, but its phase 1 covers, will be able to deliver 24 megawatts, and it's an independent power producer. This one came as a result of engagement of the Ministry of Energy and the government in the COP28, I think it was COP27 meeting that was in UAE. So why I put this here and the nature of ownership, you see there are a lot of independent power producers and public partnerships under the investment strategies used to develop this, to which I see the diaspora can leverage with some of the networks that you've built over there, especially in those programs, the countries you live in drive towards promoting sustainable energy. So this generally draws the picture. The current installed capacity in Uganda is 2,000 megawatts. Now, everyone in the room knows the story we have with South Africa. South Africa went from being known as the largest generation capacity, installed capacity country in Africa with over 20,000 megawatts. But it turned out to have the worst load shedding ever in the region. So what that goes to tell you is that investment in energy is insatiable, and it provides opportunities in that avenue to benefit, and the regulatory environment is ripe in Uganda. So this is just a model showing you what I already hinted to earlier, and the areas that utilize this energy. So here investments can be on the end use, that is the energy use, or in the generation use by direct investment in construction of power plants. And the recent government legislation that led to the amendment of the Electricity Act of 2022 recognizes that individuals or companies can invest independently in generation facilities and transmission facilities. So the models that are established for investors to recoup their funds are already tested. We have independent producers in Uganda right now, and the first independent transmission investor is actually a UK-based company that has started a project between Kawanda substation to Mbarara, aiming for the regional transmission of power. And then in the energy use end, you can see the opportunities that it brings. In milling, we consider opportunities with agro-processing with the oils, that is the palm oils, avocado, and shea butter, drying of coffee in the areas of Zombo. And then we have aspects of mechanized farming and irrigation, which utilize direct grid support or even renewable energy from solar-aided electricity generation. And not to mention the opportunity that cold rooms bring in the region. I think currently we do not have large cold rooms for these facilities to leverage the positioning of our region. So I mentioned earlier that one of the opportunities that come directly with the regulation that has been put in place is that there is now opportunity for large users to purchase power directly from the power plants. So the other 4 facilities I mentioned earlier, if one of the investors has a big facility which utilizes, for example, 1.5 megawatts factory facility, you can benefit from the low tariff that one would buy from a generation facility. So, for example, if the value or the tariff for Nyagak 3 to UETCL, who is the main transmission company, is 7 cents, US cents. That's close to about 400 shillings, if I'm not mistaken, Uganda shillings, vis-a-vis the end user tariff, which would be close to 35 US cents. That is a big saving. So that opportunity in itself is there and is enacted into law. There is untapped opportunity in the cross-border export of power. The Congo side seems to have has a lot of mines that are taking part in the gold mining, and they rely fully on non-renewables. These are the generators, and some have attempted to have their own facilities in terms of hydro plants to run the mines. And the other opportunity to bring to use of mini grids can be independently operated. Back in the day, there was the notion or there was a barrier to having Kuluva supply power within, for example, the Kuluva area that is in Arua Vora. But now the regulation has been modified in a way that this facility, actually as I speak, has interested itself in taking that route to benefit from the excess power that it can provide in the interim. So what's being done now for the case of Kuluva Hospital, they have applied for a license, and this license is now being approved. And with that, they are able to sell power to the neighboring areas. The pilot that is envisaged for its excess power is the village around the facility called Lumara, and the hospital will be able to benefit from the sale of this energy so that they can run sustainably and support the hospital at large. Biomass to waste to energy is also one of the things that is coming up. All these food processing industries provide waste. Now, this waste creates an opportunity for members or for groups to generate energy, whether in form of heat to dry produce or even electricity. There is a pilot study that is happening in the areas of Nyoya. There is a company called Malindas Energy that is a privately owned company. They are using the waste from rice that is grown in those big farms in Nyoya as you travel to West Nile. And they are benefiting by selling electricity to the neighboring towns. So this is one of the opportunities energy brings in the area, in the region. And in this case, investors may select whichever model or business model works for them based on the capital available or risk appetite. I asked already, or I already mentioned these areas in agro-processing. I'll skip this through in the interest of time, but the investor lens should really be to prioritize value chains where the raw material aggregation is high. Now, I mentioned earlier for opportunities to do with electricity generation. We have a regulator who has frameworks in place to allow for investments in a less or in low risk environment. So the regulator tries to de-risk some of these energy opportunities to investors. And what is coming up in the new regulation is that the regulator now has a mandate to even auction annually potential sites where there is a investment return. And so once this is open, the diaspora can pool as a group, for example, and start a pilot to invest in the area of power generation. So again, these are the different investment models available in the energy sector. The key to note, again, some of them are repeated, but cross-border supply is one that is really ripe. It's a new area, and that can be leveraged. This is generally a pathway, simplified, of what is required. It may seem at first glance a lot bureaucratic in a way, but what we have seen in my experience with working with an independent power producer, Bujagali and the like, we've been able to go through seamlessly in under a year. The toughest part usually is the financial closure. And this is where it becomes a hurdle, because that's when you confirm what tariffs you're going to sell at. Have you de-risked any futuristic risks that may come your way? For example, if it is in West Nile, and you're investing in, say, cross-border, what currencies are you using to sell your power? Inflation, how is it accounted for and all that? So that's the point where the investors really face a big challenge. And then in most cases, there's the issue of land, which is a big issue. Currently, Etuka, for those who have been recently in Arua, Etuka, the solar project I talked about earlier, uses close to 50 acres of land in Olepi. And they want more land because eventually their 100 megawatts needs land at that. This slide will be shared, so this is just the details of the previous flowchart and what one can do. These are the key aspects that are required to when one really wants to undertake an investment opportunity in developing energy infrastructure, in this case, generation. That background picture is for Nyagak 3, based in Zombo. That was developed under a public partnership. And one thing that comes clear is that with your networks, the partnerships you bring as the diaspora, the skills, these different stages can be navigated. And I must say, with the current trend where we are all fighting climate change and the like, energy is playing a big part of this, and that's why there's the language now on green energy and renewable energy as a bit to drive sustainable development. Yeah, so again, a snapshot of the key areas one could consider is the small hydro, areas. We have rivers in the region that can be harnessed and developed for power generation. I cannot mention how the benefit of the solar comes to the region. Now Ituka is testimony to that. And then biomass, and in this case, hybrid. There is a lot of funding out there, especially in the UK, regarding storage based, what we call battery energy storage systems. But this is yet to take shape in Uganda at large, and in this case, West Nile, as the tariff models are not yet fully appreciated. And this could be some of the details of how to package and mapping the productive demand against the energy sources or energy investment vehicles, if I should say. And all these that you see in orange creates some sort of bankability for the investments that have been tailored to energy in this aspect. Yeah, so the key thing for the investors usually is to manage the risks, and the biggest risks are two: regulatory and the commercial. The technical and the financial are more, I would say, easier to navigate. Easier in the sense that we know exactly what is required based on the data that is collected during the studies, and also the benchmarking figures available in the industry to map against. And again, I mentioned some of the risks to do with the land. The land conflicts have always had a big challenge towards development of some of these projects, but once you do a proper pre-feasibility, you'll be able to mitigate these at large. And this is just a proposal. As you could tell from my submission, some of these vehicles can be packaged by groups through partnerships wherever you are in the diaspora and set up in the region. And as I already told you, the current energy demand at peak hour in West Nile is 10 megawatts against the available ability to dispatch up to 160 megawatts. So these 6 areas could unlock the deficit of 150 megawatts that is not yet used in the region. And it could drive a serious development drive in the region. And again, key stakeholders who would make this happen are those you see on your screen. Key to note is the district local governments. Some of these districts have land actually, and they can donate, or they have projects where the land is available to implement some of these things. So those are the 8 area key stakeholders one would interface with like that. And again, financing models that are common in the energy sector, those mentioned. Currently, there is a drive by the African Development Bank under the Mission Africa, I think 50, Mission Africa 50, where they have a target to increase capacity. So again, we leverage, the diaspora can leverage its partnership with some of these people in the areas, your residents now, to drive these models home and promote development at large. So lastly, this is a call to the West Nile diaspora, and try to build the remittances to productive investment. There is a statistic that annually the diaspora contributes close to 2.5 billion in remittances $1 billion to Uganda. And what component of that to West Nile, we could be able to leverage all the opportunities the energy sector brings, whether it comes to renewable, whether it comes to productive energy use through processing, and in the end, striving to create jobs and serve the regional markets. Thank you for inviting me. I'm glad to present to you, and this is where my presentation ends. Thank you all.
Thank you, Engineer Paul, for that insightful presentation. It's given us an invaluable insight into renewable energy and sustainable industrial development in West Nile, and West Nile putting it into phase to become an ecosystem. There's a number of points that you put across to the diaspora, but I think I would like to take that. We will look at the actions that you've put and work on it jointly together with our brothers and sisters on ground, so that we have energy supply that sustains the growth and development of West Nile. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd hoped that we'll have 2 other presentations online, but looking at the time, before we break for lunch, we'll have 1 other presentation. We'll break for lunch at 1:30 and reconvene at 2:15. Those online, take break as well. Before we move to the next presenter, let me remind those in the room as well, we have displays of various merchandise. So during break, take a walk, make sure you grab something. It's supporting the cause, is what I would say. We have a West Nile Foundation and West Nile Education Trust Fund. At the back there, there's a lot of items on display. We also have items for the convention on display. Please do grab and purchase and support the cause. On the left-hand side, we have our shea butter originally. Also, please take a walk and look at what is available on those areas. Coming back to our session, our next guest speaker, I think, is going to speak about an important issue to which we need to pay key attention. And I'll invite Dr. Ferdinand Lally to introduce him. He will be speaking online. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Convention, we have over the last couple of days listened to great speakers. They've talked about the fertile land of West Nile. They've talked about agribusiness. They've encouraged us to do value addition. They've told us about river transport, which may be another opportunity. But in the midst of all of that, there is one big asset in West Nile that all of these other things cannot do without. They are the forests. And I've got the pleasure to introduce William Amanzero Leslie, who will talk to us about one major forest in West Nile that he's passionate about, and he has dedicated his life to its preservation, because that is how we're going to conserve our assets. Welcome, William.
Hello. Floor is yours. Yes. Yes. Hello. Can anyone hear me? Okay, if I'm being heard loud and clear, can I have a signal for that? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Greet from Ajumami, which is the first, I thank the noble event, an event of many feeds into what defines West Nile as a region. And also, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak today. My name is Emmanuel William Leslie. I am the team leader of our Friends of Zoka. Friends of Zoka is an initiative that was birthed from community concerns, a concern that came as a result of quite many abuses centered around environmental destruction. We came together to see what we can do different as communities and also what we can do different as a region. Our colleagues, both online and those at the function, the world is investing billions of dollars in what I would call, for lack of a word, a non-natural world. And very little is being invested in our natural world that shelters and feeds us all the time and beyond. The physical world is being neglected, and I think this is a clerical call for all of us to think twice and reflect on what we can do to start investing in our natural world. Uganda has so far experienced 17 Ebola outbreaks. You may know why this is happening is because we have tampered so much with our environment. We are doing quite very little to address our environmental challenges. You may all know what comes with Ebola: restrictive business environments, restrictive travels, high cost of treatment, loss of business opportunities, including and not least, death comes in as a last resort. To me, it is high time we invest in our natural world and reflect more in terms of what we can do. Today, I invite you to look beyond
West Nile as just another region of Uganda. Instead, I implore you to see it as one of East Africa's greatest untapped investment destinations. When people hear forest, for example, they think of trees. We who are environmentalists, we see something much bigger than what people see. We see job opportunities, we see business opportunities, we see tourism opportunities, and we see community resilience. We see energy, we see lives being put in their right order, we see people's culture being respected. In a nutshell, we see a beautiful human living in a beautiful environment and owning a life that he or she leads. That is what we see when we talk about forests and environment. On my second slide, when you look at it, I'm talking about unlocking green growth, investment and environmental conservation in West Nile. Before we talk about investment, where my other presenters and other colleagues talked about it exhaustively, I am not going to dwell so much on it. I'm going to put more emphasis on the aspect of conservation. When we talk about investment, let's understand, where are we investing? West Nile is strategically positioned at the gateway between Uganda, South Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. This means access to millions of consumers and regional trade opportunities. This also means the region is home to over 5 million people that we look into as source of our revenue, but also opportunities that give us the platform. Conservation in West Nile for a long period of time has been a neglected idea that we must flow with. It has been an idea that previously, when we started looking at it, people didn't bother to understand it in its perfection. In all the districts of West Nile, when you look at it, there has been environmental abuse, there has been unregulated or untapped opportunities in the conservation sector. Beyond the people, West Nile is naturally gifted.
Hello, William.
Hello, my network is disturbing me a bit, but I'm just putting it right so that I can have all this done. Am I loud and clear? Hello?
William, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for these technological mishaps. I need to draw your attention to Zoka Central Forest Reserve. West Nile has in total 37 central forest reserves. All these 37 central forest reserves include Zoka Central Forest Reserve, which from its inception as a central forest reserve was measuring 30,888 acres, equivalent of 12,499 hectares. On a sad note, this central forest reserve has reduced or has been reduced by a lot of illegal activities to 6,089 hectares. This is a summary of what happens in West Nile when we talk about conservation. Of the 37 central forest reserves in West Nile, none of the central forest reserve is living a healthy life. And this directly impedes on investment when we are talking about opportunities that conservation gives to us where we can potentially invest in. The 37 central forest reserves in West Nile were gazetted for two purposes by National Forest Authority. One of the purposes was for ecological and environmental functions. The other was for industrial and commercial forest plantation. Then, of course, the third opportunity that comes in is about the carbon trade. In terms of this carbon trade, we look at what communities can do different and what communities can earn when these forest reserves are intact. But of these 37 central forest reserves, we have what you call community central forest reserves. In West Nile alone, there are over 20 community central forest reserves across. Now, if you add this 20 to the 37, that brings you a total of 57 forests that must be managed both by the government and by the community. Beyond that, you realize that a forest that I am biased about, that is Zoka Central Forest Reserve, has quite a lot inside the Central Forest Reserve. The previous speakers talked about tourism opportunities that exist within West Nile, and I am happy talks were done on Zoka Central Forest Reserve, Ajay, including what is now within Meto, Mount Oche, and all these. Zoka Central Forest Reserve is a corridor that used to have what you call the chimpanzees and the elephant. Zoka Central Forest Reserve currently has the flying squirrels. It has what you call wild rice. The forest has over 150 different tree species. The forest has hundreds and hundreds of bird species. It has butterflies that are yet to be studied here. Interestingly, the Central Forest Reserve is the home to one of the golden opportunities, the coffee that we have. This coffee, memos have been written about it by NARO, the National Agriculture Research Organization. NARO came to Zoka and he found out that Zoka's coffee species so far is the best coffee species in the world that remains untapped, that gives quite a lot of investment opportunities. In a nutshell, Zoka will be an ideal place for anyone who wants to invest in conservation, because what you reap from there is quite much or more than what you may reap if you are investing in any other field apart from conservation. We talked about the issues of tourism. In the sector of ecotourism, a lot has been said. But one thing that I want to talk about is the aspect of culture. How do we embed culture in tourism? looking at the distinguished opportunities that exist within West Nile, that adds you the opportunity to invest in tourism. Looking at the young population that is here, looking at the food that we have here, looking at the designated means of transport that we have here, the natural drives inside our forest, inside our lands, gives you the feel of what it means to be in a nature-centered area. When you invest in ecotourism and conservation, our projection is that you are investing in around, let's say, creation of 50 to 500 direct jobs. This gives you over 20% of a revenue that the local community, whom we give an identity of community forest management groups, getting a direct economic benefit. Our projection is that, for example, if you invest $500,000, the least you can reap within a period of 2 to 3 years is around $2 million. This comes as a result of direct engagement with the community, looking at what communities can do different, projecting ecotourism and conservation to be a community-led struggle or a community-led identity. And that's why we put it at that level. Then when we talk about agroforestry and climate smart farming, West Nile, in terms of assets, has all the fruits you can talk about, including the fertile land that you can use for your agroforestry, that you can use for doing many things. I have just given a few examples here, like the mangoes, the cyanut, the timbers, the intercrop with maize, beans, cassava, and all this. What will you need to have this investment? You will need a community. Hello? Yeah, I was saying you will need a community where agroforestry combines crops with valuable trees such as mangoes, cyanut, and timber. In this concept, farmers continue producing food while rebuilding their tree covers. We also believe that with investment, for example, in nurseries, training processes where communities can raise their own tree seedlings, market access, we think farmers can increase productivity by as much as 40% because the land is productive, the environment around the central forest reserves are conducive, and you have labor that is sustainable. We also say this idea gives a new income to the community that results from what I had previously talked about, the agroforestry and the carbon credits that the communities can invest in. In this smart agriculture, our vision is very simple. We are having ourselves to be more ready for food today, more forests tomorrow, and also we are talking about better livelihood opportunities. Another opportunity that exists when we invest in conservation is the non-timber forest products and green business. Here, investors can come and empower our communities to do what you call beekeeping, mushroom raising, shea butter processing, medicinal plants. All are the assets that we have in West Nile. Then the investment process needed is processing equipment, packaging, branding, and market linkages, which I believe this is early and can be done by the members of West Nile community. The returns that we look into are high margin exports, where you empower the communities, especially our women and the youth who interact with the environment on the daily basis of their livelihoods. Even more importantly, looking at the over 60% of these enterprises, which will be women-led, as said, we believe that the future is not extracting the forest alone, but the future will be investing more into the forest itself. And as earlier said, it gives us an opportunity of value addition. You know, most times, the reason why our investments do not suit up is because we do not invest more into value addition when we get products that are nature-driven. So it's high time that investment and conservation looks into the aspect of value addition, where communities can reap better. Then we are talking about renewable energy and waste to value. The sunshine we have in West Nile alone. Energy is one of the biggest drivers of deforestation, because many homes here depend directly on nature for their energy, source, for their energy resources. For investors, the sunshine here is an opportunity where you can invest in solar irrigations, where you can invest in cold storages, you can invest in many things. The whole region, as the previous speaker talked about, has 1 or 2 solar plants. That to me is more detrimental for an investment opportunity, because these plants equally employ people. So looking at the communities in West Nile, having an idea to invest that, because that is the kind of asset we have. From the health centers, from schools and around, we can do such an investment. What do we need? What we need are the companies to be within. We need the companies to equip us financially. And also we need the companies to look into redistribution. How do we share our power plant systems? Where does the community invest in conservation that gives enhancement to our power supplies, to our power utility? It's a direction that West Nile can look into. I have a belief that we have the potential of West Nile communities looking into this, digesting it, and reflecting more on it. The returns will be lower energy costs. For us who are in West Nile, we know the kind of energy cost that we pay for when you are paying for the national grid electricity. When we invest in the manner I've just said, we will get lower energy costs. We will have a boom of new small enterprises coming up. We will have a huge reduction in our tree cover, in our, the loss of our tree cover. And once we have that, it will address the livelihood challenges. It will directly address the health challenges that I talked about. And that gives an opportunity of having a productive community, a community that consumes, a community that economically will be empowered. That is the kind of returns anyone who wants to invest in renewable energy can earn from the population of West Nile. Allow me reflect a bit and take you back to a slide that did not appear earlier on as we intended it to, so that I can have just a small explanation on it. I need to bring you to this slide here, where we are talking about the challenges. Climate and nature is under pressure. Colleagues from West Nile, this is with a deep concern. I have been doing a study, a bit of what does West Nile export outside West Nile as a region that we can talk about, that we can document, that we can make it our niche. It's very difficult. It used to be tobacco. But immediately after the tobacco, there is virtually nothing we export. Apart from the recent trend, we export charcoal, we export logs, we export illegal timbers. All these three products, charcoal, logs, and timbers, are illegally extracted across West Nile region. This does not only affect the local population, this directly impedes in our investment, because you will have a population that suffers the severe impact of climate change, the severe impact of environmental destruction, then that directly affects the kind of investment anyone who plans to invest in West Nile. 2 days ago, Uganda released a report where people are dying of hunger. And this hunger is as a result of our interaction with nature, our interaction with the natural world. We have also studied and found out that for every dollar lost to environmental degradation, the cost of rebuilding that dollar lost is $3 in disaster and recovery. The poverty scale index that was released that puts us as the second region in the country must be so alarming in line with this statement. But the hope is investing in protecting our 37 central forest reserves, investing in protecting our vast land, investing in allowing communities to understand and learn how do we interact with our environment on a daily basis. This specific slide must send us a call. When we cannot invest in environmental protection, the linkage is that you will have a community that cannot sustain itself. You will have a community that cannot define livelihood by themselves. You will simply have a begging community. I have not talked about the number of refugees we are hosting in West Nile. That must be so alarming that because every energy redress of these refugee communities in West Nile leads to environmental destruction. That is something for us to look into and have it on a high table of discussion. So I am calling upon members of West Nile, on any table of talk, let environmental issues be a cross-cutting issue for us. Because if we don't do that, if we play it as a down game, then the impact are so massive. 2 years ago, Oboniferi was inaccessible for almost 3 years. Impact of our interaction with the environment and our interaction on how we destroy nature. So this is a prime call. And this is where I thank the organizers for giving such an opportunity where the truth must be spoken on our face and we find a solution on how to adjust with this painful truth.
Thank you. Thank you. I will say thank you to Mr. William Amanjuru for the talk and reminding us about environmental conservation, and also really passing the task to us to work together and play a key role in doing so. It has been quite a compact morning, and I would like to thank our presenters this morning for their wonderful contributions in our discussions. I also would like to register apologies for those who were scheduled to speak in the morning, but because we first of all initially started late and we were running behind schedule, we will endeavor to make sure that we add you to the program this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, one common message that emerged this morning from the various presentations is that we're reminded West Nile possesses an enormous potential. But realizing that potential requires vision, collaboration, investment, innovation, and collective action. We've been reminded that development, not only the responsibility of the government alone, nor the diaspora alone, nor the private sector, it is shared responsibility. Each one of us here and those online play a huge role in making sure that our region, West Nile, is developed. And this dialogue through the convention, I think, gives us that right opportunity to carry on in sharing our vision, in planning for implementation, and also identifying areas where we need to improve and contribute significantly to the growth and development of our region. We'll come to an end of the morning session. We will close here, primarily because I don't want to do justice to our next presenter by giving him just 20 minutes, because it's a very, very huge and important topic to talk about. I think we'll absorb it. And I think Dr. William and Dr. Maureen Aikoro will be the afternoon moderators, and we'll make sure that all speakers who are scheduled to speak in the morning are really incorporated to do their presentations in the afternoon. Also, thank you for bearing with us, those online, with the glitch in our technical communication system. Thank you. We mark an end to the morning presentations, and we have lunch served at 1:30. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We break for lunch.
Possible, really, to just help us to catch up with the agenda. Thank you all. Mr. Moses Findro, you are welcome to commence your presentation. Thank you. Let's switch.
Findro, we are ready for you. That make clear?
Yes.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Now, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Findu Moses. I'm a retired officer going to walk us through the investment opportunities in the West Nile in regard to infrastructure and yes, sorry, I had some hiccup here. Yes, I have now corrected. Sorry for that inconvenience. We are going to see why we can do something, investment in West Nile now. The facts are there, that population is there, but most important, we have about 1 million refugees. So that translates into about 2.4 million consumers. And we have the fastest growing population as compared to Uganda. We are at 3.8% versus 10.1 national population growth. So there is a 600 million US dollar annual border trade via Raba, Lear, Goli, and 40% unrecorded informal opportunities. Arua City became a city, attained city status, and because of that, property values have risen, have shot to close to 300%, particularly in Sectoral, Arua. And the supply, the demand is greater than supply by about 60%. Now, what are the four drivers of transformation that I picked for investment in West Nile? One is infrastructure. We are looking at infrastructure and how it relates to real estate development. We have Koboko Yumbe Moyo, which is about 105 kilometers, which is at a cost of 130 US dollar, 0.8 US dollars. We have also the city growth of Arua. We have the peace dividend that we are talking about. If the Democratic Republic of Congo and South Sudan peace is attained, that will translate in trade boom. We also are talking about the Elegu border, which is about 22% year in, year out growth. Another opportunity is the human growth, human capital. Moni University has about 5,000 plus students, which will need rentals. 30,000 plus border riders turned into logistics. And the key to unlocking these potentials, we are just going to look at a few of them. The opportunities lie in agriculture, renewables, cross-border trade, logistics. Investment focus can be in agri-processing, infrastructure, SME growth. And the target there is about 150 million investment pipeline over the 5 years. The approach is to unlock these, we shall have, of course, public-private partnerships as have been discussed. We have development financiers as it have been discussed, and also our local SMCs. West Nile has its strategic location. This is the heart of about 15 billion cross-border market. And the World Bank investment map demonstrates that. No? Okay. Okay. I already talked about this. Yes, we are saying West Nile has a strategic location, which is the heart of about 15 billion US dollar cross-border trade markets. And this World Bank investment map on the right here explains that. We have about 450 kilometers via Moyo Kaya, shortest route to even the Indian Ocean. South are the same. An opportunity of public-private partnership for logistic park with warehousing and cold chain at Orava. These are some of the opportunities. We have some World Bank plan and ongoing projects in this infrastructure that can be tapped for real estate development. Example, there is a Koko Yumbe Moyo Road at that cost, and it is being tarmacked. The real estate play there is we can buy land. We can lease land within 2 kilometers from these main roads in Koko Yumbe and even Moyo. For what purposes? We can invest in warehouses, lock-up shop, lodges, fuel stations, land already up for tax, according to the surveys that we have done, which ranged from about 30 million to 120 million per acre in some sections. So this provides a huge opportunity for investment in those areas. A northern corridor also, this is Tororo Lane. The play there is we can have logistic park in Aruho Pakwach. You are now on many important, import corridors. We have the Uganda Development Response for Child Displaced Persons, and it covers all the districts in West Nile, and the funding are there. The real estate play there is we can build staff houses, commercial buildings for rent, and so on. We also have Uganda Digital Acceleration Project at about 200 million US dollars, which has established 1,000 kilometers of national backbone. It is an active line. The benefit there is it can now enable mobile money transaction, e-commerce, and so forth. So the real estate play there is can have the fast core working internet cafe or business center. The real estate market, what it says, and I'm going to give some examples. In Arua, in the Iwata area there, if you go to, you can have 1-bedroom rental house. And it will go very fast. And when you have it, it can only take 2 weeks for you to have the occupants. But where you can have problems when you invest is where you have big mansions or 4-bedroom villas, about 12 months that house can be vacant because demand is low there. And shops, the same. Everyone works from shops, and therefore, if you have 3 by 4 meters on many road, you can get about 400,000 shillings per month for office premises. Warehouses, 300 square kilometers at the border, will go to for about $3 to $5 per month. And this translates into a bigger amount of money that you can get. The same with the Koboko. I'm sorry, my eyes are being distorted. Now, the infrastructure that are pretty interest to relate our investment in real estate with is the road infrastructure. Before, I want to give example. Before Tama came, land along Koboko Yumbe Road was about 2 million per acre. During construction, it went to 3 million. These are practical figures I'm giving. It went to 8 million per hectare. Now, after the tarmac, that is 2026, 18 to 25 million shillings per acre, which is about a 900% increase because of just tarmacking that road. The Karuma line effect, power arrived in 2005. In greater welding, milling, cold chains can operate because we now have that. But the rule here is that you can buy 2 to 5 kilometers from new roads, not on road compensation risks. You can sell houses at 5 million from the border post. That is according to the package that we have created here. Now, you know that in West Nile we depend on, most of our land tenure system is customary. Now, how do we make it bankable in about 45 days? We have suggested some solutions there. Step one, you can take about a week if you want to get a land where you can have those activities we have mentioned there. The second step is you can take 8 to about 21 to get a customer certificate from sub-county or land committee. Though it is not very effective, but that is what you can do. Step 3, you can take about 1 month to convert. If you have already got a title for that land that you have, you can convert it to freehold. And the district land boards, I think, are very active in West Nile. And therefore, the issue of customer land ownership being a hindrance is not there now. If you have these established, if you follow those established rules provided for in our books of law. So we are talking about risk and mitigation. What investors ask usually, risks are real, but mitigation is also ready. Risk of land conflict mitigation, is greater than mitigation. Title insurance, clans, memorandum of understanding, GPS mapping, cost is about 1% of the land value. So you need to do that. And the other risk is the currency, Uganda's currency depreciation. You can price rentals in US dollars for NGOs and 50% US dollar leases for warehouses. The political risk there is the political borders, mitigation, diversify. Arua serves 2 countries and one internal market. And therefore, the MEGA there guarantees for foreign investors, which is greater than $5 million US. We have that provision. The other risk is World Bank suspension. which is greater medication, but now we are glad to report that World Bank has resumed. For example, in Arua, resumed the funding of the projects that were in place. These are some of the case studies that are real in Uganda, and in the interest of time, I think you can read it. But what is important there is the practically, the doable, and that's what a few investors are doing. So I encourage you in the diaspora also to check on this, because this one I'm reporting is practical and it's been going on. Even this one of the warehouse at Oraba border coast, it is a real thing. And therefore, this is an area where the infrastructure development can attract investment in real estate. There are three. Now, what are the future outlooks? What happens next? We have $2 billion pipeline. These roads I mentioned are real, and Koboko Yumbe up to Ajuman there. When this land, when this road is finished, there will be land boom. Particularly Moyo border, when it opens fully, this will be an area where you can come and do some investments in real estate. The Arua Airport upgrade to international, this World Bank of recently, you might have heard over the radio and on press. This will have investment opportunities of cargo hub for fresh seminar. But that is the point. Now, in 2027-28, the digital acceleration project I talked on earlier, this one will now facilitate transfer of funds, e-commerce along this area. There's also NUSAF. NUSAF 4, at that cost, this one will, it is funding in areas of health, school, education, and therefore the issue of housing demand will double, and this money can be, you can become a contractor and get money from these investments. Now, the 3 steps that you can do is you start, because we are fond of talking, let's start. You secure some land. You will not go wrong when you do some land banking here. And the moment you have, you cannot invest in those structures. These steps are there. And how can you succeed in this? Who will manage your investment? I wish to report that we have your local leaders and even yourself. And you need to, because we have also learned that many of you in diaspora suffer sending money to relatives, and once you send this money, they keep on giving you very rosy pictures of the investment that you had intended to do. But when you come back home, you get nothing. So you do a lot of home touch approach, and you access it through even the councils. And also, most importantly, you need to have legal eye on the ground so that your investments don't go to ruin. I thank you for your attention. I want to say that this is what I have, but there are many infrastructure that you can tap, from which we can tap real estate investments. But because I was just given this yesterday, it's not an excuse, but that's what I've managed to compile for us. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Change that. Thank you, Moses. That's very insightful. The scope of infrastructure, not just pure real estate, but also allied services and industries, and how profitable that it is for investment. I think you've really unpacked that for us, and that will be a rich resource for us. Hopefully, towards the end, there'll be some spare time for, some few interactions. But for now, I'm inviting my co-moderator, Dr. Morina Ikoru, to take from here. You'll be seeing us, between the three of us. You're not escaping yet, Lawrence. So thank you very much. Maureen, you can take the next invitation.
Thank you so much, William, and thank you, Lawrence, who went before me. Take that off. Might work better. Can you hear me better? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the moderators who came before me. So we're ready to roll on with the program, so we don't lose time. Our next presenter is Ms. Munduru Mercy Grace. She is an accomplished, values-driven human rights lawyer and a developmental leader with more than a decade of experience in substantive, gender-based justice development programming and policy advocacy. Her most recent work has been to serve as the head of programs and fundraising at Action Aid International in Uganda. In this role, she spearheaded nationwide initiatives aimed at alleviating poverty and also in driving social justice. She has had a distinguished career so far, and she's very young. I can say we still expect more from you, Ms. Mercy. So she's done a lot already in terms of rights of marginalized communities across Uganda and the wider Greater Lakes region. We're going to be hearing from her now. It's a very long, distinguished, exciting CV, but I won't go through all of it. I encourage all of us to go on LinkedIn so we can read more about her. Please join me to welcome Mercy on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Emingoni, Adinyo, Nedi, Ingoni, Ingoni. Thank you. Good afternoon to those who are here, but also those joining us online from Uganda. I'm very happy that a lot of the people I know, my friends, colleagues, tribesmen, and friends of the West Nile in the diaspora are online. They told me to greet them. So I want to say hello to people from Uganda in a very special way. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. In solidarity with those who are able to be present, I want to thank the organizing committee for extending this kind invitation to me, and for the grace that brought me all the way from Uganda to be here. This is my first time, and I can say I'm already having an amazing time and learning so much about the UK and about the West Nile in the diaspora. So I'm very proudly associated with your efforts. And so I want to acknowledge all the speakers that spoke before me. A lot has been said regarding the theme about unlocking investment opportunities in West Nile. A lot of it answered the question of what. In asking the question of what, we have been able to receive answers regarding existing opportunities across different sectors. We have just most recently from the previous speaker learned about real estate. We heard about energy, opportunities in agriculture, and all across the board. We also answered the question of when. So the answer has been that in the present, the opportunities already exist. So we're not talking about something that is very many years away. Many of the answers from the presenters are that the opportunities to invest in West Nile are present now. And so my task is very simple, to answer the question of the how. because it's important for us to answer the how. We often speak about investment and even go ahead and have the resources for it. But if we don't understand how we invest, if we don't unlock certain cross-cutting issues that determine the outcomes of an investment, we get it wrong. Having worked in civil society for a number of years all across Uganda, I can tell you without fear that many times projects that are very well intended, very well drafted, very well designed have failed because they have not answered the question of how. They have undermined the questions around mainstreaming, especially gender mainstreaming. And many times you find that these projects die before they achieve their intended outcome. I just want to give a few details before we get into the definition of gender mainstreaming that I know many of us are very familiar with. I want to state certain facts to help us to understand why it's important for us to incorporate gender mainstreaming in development as part of these discussions. It is that if you look at the population of Uganda as of present and as of the recent census that was done, you'll find that the Ugandan population is made up of several young people, and the youth actually make up to 70% of Uganda's population. And that census stated that in determining who the youth are or the demographic of the youth, many of them are under 30 years of age. Now that is the composition of our population. But also women make up to 51.2% of the population. So we have more women in Uganda than men as we speak now. And yesterday we spoke extensively about the agricultural sector. And according to statistics, women also make up to 88% of the agricultural sector workforce, meaning that there are many women in that sector. And so looking at these statistics is not just about numbers. Looking at these statistics lets us know that before you do any investment, you must ask the critical question of who is this investment for? Where I am taking this investment, what does the context look like? Coming from West Nile, we have a very unique demographic. West Nile is not just made up of West Nilers, but we also have a very big percentage of our population made up of refugees from neighboring countries, from South Sudan and from Democratic Republic of Congo. So we host one of the biggest numbers of refugees actually on the continent as a country, but majority of those are in West Nile. So that means that we cannot just speak about investment plainly. We must do the work of answering the question, who is this investment for? In designing this investment, do I understand the population this is meant for? Who are the majority of the people on the ground or the local people? What are they made of? What does their context look like? What is their age group? And how will this project that I'm doing, even if it's a personal project, how is it going to impact this community where this project is going to be situated? And many times this looks like a lot of work for people. As long as people have money, they've done all the compliance work, they think it is time to work. And many times these things do not succeed. And so for purposes of my presentation, I just want to make it clear that this is to guide us in terms of what we can do, some of the best practices we can adopt in channeling our investments in a way that they cause actual transformative change. And so when we speak about gender mainstreaming, we already have in mind the fact that there are already structural inequalities that exist. West Nile, just like many communities around the world, already have structural inequalities. And those being an already present factor, that means it is very important that when we are going to invest, we need to ensure that the work that we are going to do, which can be a project or a program or the policies we want to influence so that some of these things we are going to invest in are captured within the legal framework of the country, and even the money itself is going towards dismantling inequalities but not making them worse. Because sometimes when we invest, we make the already bad situation worse because we are going to a place where inequalities are already existing. We did not speak here about policy, but my brother can tell you it's not just about a question of investment. The legal environment has challenges. We're still battling with issues around land governance. We speak about West Nile, but most of our land is actually not titled land. Most of it is customarily owned. So even now when an investor, for example, wants to go to West Nile, their first challenge is that that land is not titled land. And so many of them are caught up in trying to get communities to unlock their land and register their land before it is actually acquired for large-scale investment. I've been speaking to one of the investors who recently won a contract to do work in West Nile, and their biggest challenge is that the land they identified is not titled. And the community does not have the resources to title that land. And as an investor, that poses a very big challenge. And so those are areas of policy and legal, dimensions that also need to be addressed even as we encourage people to invest. We have quite some bit of work, and that is also for you people that are excited about buying land and all of that. It's important that you pay attention to things like that, because where Uganda is going, land security lies in very minute details like that one. And so we need to understand what that looks like. Next slide, please. And so when it comes to gender mainstreaming, many times people think this is a women's issue, that this is a standalone issue, that we're just talking about women. But we are not just talking about women. We're looking at how these projects affect women, men, youth differently. A couple of years ago, as the previous presenter said, we went into advocacy for the connection of West Nile to the national grid, and I was leading that team. And I can tell you, much as the issue of electricity affected us as a region, it affected different groups of people very differently. Women were impacted very differently. For example, even as I speak now, over 80% of our health facilities in West Nile are not connected to electricity. And at that time, we didn't even have the national grid, so they didn't have anything. The few had solar, and others did not have. We did an investigative story of a health facility in Vepi, and when the journalists were actually in the health facility, the doctors were performing a C-section, but they were using their torches. This video is on YouTube. This is the reality of our communities. And so that means something like electricity will affect those women very differently because they are users of the health facilities. And so if there is no electricity, that means they are more vulnerable than other people, right? The people in business can be affected differently because some of the businesses rely on electricity. So if there's no electricity, the way they're affected is very different from the way a student in school is affected, because what they need electricity for is very different from what a businessman needs electricity for. That is why it's important for us to unpack and ensure that we understand fully well how the work we are going to do affects the different categories of people. And so in investment, we look at strategy. And as I've explained, that looks at the implication of what we're going to do on the different categories of people. Whether it's legislation, policy, or it's a project, as I said, we must critically analyze. But also, the goal of this is to ensure that gender issues and perspectives form the heart of our implementation. That means the design, when you're just designing and developing a project, but also the implementation, and then the monitoring, evaluation, and learning as well. What are you learning about this community as you implement this project? Because when you document what you're learning, it helps you to see things differently. And so why this is very important, especially in the discussions we're having here, and what this looks like in terms of returns on investment, is that when we're looking at mainstreaming, we want to diagnose. We want to look at what exactly this project is going to address. And we want to pay attention to every detail. I gave you statistics of the percentage of women in the agricultural sector. We spoke extensively about agriculture. But you will find that somebody is doing an agricultural project, but they're not very intentional about women's participation. They're not intentional about decision making and leadership in the agricultural sector. They're not very intentional about consulting with the women in a particular community about how the weather patterns work. If you go back home right now, in many of these projects, you'll find women at the forefront. And many times, if you ignore them, if you ignore their perspectives in designing a project, obviously, it is going to fail. We also look at the importance of mainstreaming in terms of how it multiplies and feeds directly into the SDGs. You know, I know that we all know about the SDGs. We know that what they intend to achieve, including poverty alleviation and different indicators. But when we mainstream, if you design a program in such a way that it caters for the needs of the different categories of people, you don't just score in that project, you end up scoring in other areas as well. For example, we've been here, we've been talking about investment, but many of us have learned things that we wouldn't have learned anywhere else. We've learned about energy. We've learned about agriculture. There have been very many other topics. And so what we go away with from here is not just one thing about investment, but we have very many options. And so we're able to diversify what we want to do because we have ample knowledge. And that is the impact of mainstreaming something, meaning that it is cross-cutting at the different stages of investment. But also in terms of strategic growth, you know, if you are able to ensure equal participation and opportunity for all categories of people, you are closing a very important productivity gap. That means everybody becomes productive. I have seen many programs, including government programs, that are very good. They're very well designed, very well thought out. But with the way that they are rolled out, you will find young people are left out because in our context, ageism is a big thing. You will not find many young people in spaces where important decisions are being made, important discussions are being had. One, they may not have the economic prowess to be in certain rooms. Two, there is no deliberate effort to ensure that young people are actually in the room. Because we may charge a fee for a certain piece of knowledge, and a young person may not be able to afford the fee to be here. For example, many young people may not afford a ticket to come to the UK, as I did, but they would like to be part of these discussions. They have ideas. They are at the heart of innovation in our nation, but they also make up a bigger majority of our population. How are we deliberately targeting them? We may not give them the money to be here, but what other avenues are we exploring to ensure that they still participate, to ensure that they are in the room, to ensure that they're consuming this information because the future belongs to them anyway. And so it is very important for us to bridge that productivity gap by deliberately targeting them. So if we're going to do investment in agriculture and we know that we have the resources to bring a workforce, we must ensure among the people that will be involved, young people are, women are, persons with disability are, men are, and that, you know, our whole population is being productive. But many times we cut that short because we already have, you know, a bias in our minds in terms of who in our population can deliver against a particular project. And that's the same thing that also affects us as a region, because if you look at our participation in national affairs, we're largely marginalized. Why is that? Because somebody actually thinks we don't have much to offer as West Nile. Okay? But sitting in this room for the past 2 days, we have so much to offer. That's why spaces like this are very important, because they help us have important conversations. They also help us, and sometimes when these narratives are being made, by the way, they also affect how we look at each other. They also affect how we look at ourselves, because sometimes you also think, oh, maybe I'm not good enough for this. But when we challenge that by having these conversations like we're having now and these spaces like we're having now, it unlocks something in us. It helps us understand who is holding the key to which opportunity. It helps us understand that we have our people in the UK, we have our people in the US, we have our people in Uganda, and we can actually do something for our region. So that is why it's very important for us to close that gap by mainstreaming. And so these are the 3 critical pillars now in terms of actual implementation that you need to focus on for anything that you do. The first is the analytical pillar. And I'll just say something about this. When I was speaking to Dr. Lazarus before I came here, I was sharing with him a report for purposes of generating data for some of the conversations we're going to have here. And I remember in my email, I told him that we have a very critical gap in data and information. And we need data, because without that, we cannot do something constructive. We'll just be speaking based on assumptions, but not evidence. And so this is why many things actually fail, because we don't have information, we don't have data. And so one of the critical pillars for gender mainstreaming is that we need to have sex disaggregated data and gender responsive budgets. That means you must understand your population. We must understand what is West Nile made of. What is this area I'm going to made of? How many women are there? How many young people are there? How many men are there? What do we have? That is very important, because then you're able to design something that addresses certain critical issues that emanate from just the gender composition of a place. The second is the institutional pillar. Institutional pillar is really in terms of internally looking. What does my leadership structure look like in terms of what I'm going to do? Who has voice? Who has agency? Who makes decisions? Because sometimes we think it's enough to just invite people to participate. But if people are participating and not making decisions, that is not participation. We must be intentional about how our leadership is structured. And this is the same conversation I have with my colleagues, including the MPs, that it's not enough to belong to a political party if you can't make decisions. You must ensure one of you is in a space where they can make decisions regarding our region, have the power to make decisions. So we must ensure that we have policies and practices that, support voice and agency at every level, because that in itself is what makes mainstreaming a very important issue. The last is the operational, of course. I know that in the development world now, there's a lot of conversation around localization. When I was working in civil society, I would tell my colleagues that when we go to a community, when we design a project, we must design it in a way that it's the people that lead. Because this is their initiative. This is theirs. Why am I going there to start doing things for somebody in Terego? Mine is to play a facilitative role. Let the community do the work. They know their community better than I do. And with us, because of the amount of information we have, because of the levels of education we have, many times we don't dismantle power. And so we assume that we have the best solutions for people. No, we don't. They do. And so part of mainstreaming is that let the community execute these beautiful ideas we're talking about. Let them lead. We can guide, we can facilitate, we can be part of some of the initiatives, but let's make sure the community is involved, that they're not looking at us like we're looking at this screen. They should be at the center of leading sustainable change. And that is also part of us helping them to understand and believe in themselves. when we started the advocacy for electricity, our first meeting was with the speaker. I was going to present a petition. And I told the people in the WhatsApp group that we are going to meet the speaker. I didn't care who was coming. And the people who showed up to Parliament, 3/4 of them were boys from Arua Park. I didn't know them. They didn't speak English. They didn't have any qualification whatsoever, but they were the people available to go to Parliament because I had helped them understand that the reason they're away from home is because they don't have opportunities. But if we get power to West Nile and we attract investment of the levels of other parts of the country, maybe they may not need to be somewhere else in Uganda. They will have to be home doing work and generating change. And so that is the aspect of voice. So to strategically apply this, as we said, is about disaggregated data. It is also about targeted budgeting. When we talk about mainstreaming, we must actually invest in that process. If we want people to get involved, whether that means training them, whether that means work around mindset change, whether that means hiring somebody that is going to specifically help us mainstream gender and do the monitoring, evaluation, and learning, we must put money in that process. Just as much as we put money in the project itself, we must put money in that. And actually, one of the things that we discussed with that investor I was talking about, they have a big project they're going to do in West Nile. When they came to me, I didn't talk to them about my own opportunity. The only thing I told them is to give us money to do work with the communities. To do work with the communities. You're not just going to come and take land from the people. We want to take time to create awareness. We want to take time to do baseline studies, to understand this family wants to sell land. How much land do they have? How much land do they want to give away? If they give away this land for investment, what is left with them? Do they have the financial literacy information that would help them reinvest this money better? Because there's somebody selling their land, they will sell all the family land, drink it all, and then they don't have anywhere to go. So we must be able to guide investment as well. So they must put money in that process as much as they will put in the actual project. And then, of course, we spoke about implementation and voice, and then the aspect of accountability, which is to monitor. Every time we do a project, it's important to go back and monitor how is it doing, how is it affecting the communities where it is, are the outcomes as we anticipated at the beginning, but also what are we learning? For me, monitoring and evaluation is useless without learning. So instead of monitoring and evaluation, I would like to add monitoring, evaluation, and learning, because there's something we learn when we monitor and when we evaluate. And learning is as important as the rest of the other two. And so when we learn, it helps us to restructure and do better. Yes, next. So the pitfalls that we see that people fall into are gender blindness. We assume things, as I said earlier. Some of the common pitfalls are also the tokenism trap. I explained this earlier, whereby because now we're talking about this, somebody will think, I'll just go and do a project, I'll invite young people, I'll invite persons with disability, I'll invite women and men into a room, and that is it. And they will think that that is enough. But it is that people need to actually have voice and agency. If you're inviting them into the room, it should be because you value them, that you want to listen to their ideas, that you want to give thought and opportunity for them to speak and to voice what is important to them. The other is also one of the pitfalls I've seen with people is over-reliance on qualitative rhetoric. That means they don't really put money in this process. They stick to the rules and they're not willing to go outside of the box to ensure inclusion in the way that they do the work. Next. So this is my second last slide. Some of the best practices is really for us to build institutions and structures that are gender responsive. And this means that we need to have budgets that are already allocated as we design. So as you design a project, you know that this is what I want to do, but you're also committing actual money to gender mainstreaming. That means you're committing money to research, data, you're committing money to personnel that are going to track how you're performing and things like that. The second best practice is for us to tie executive, and pragmatic performance reviews to measurable gender outcomes. Even if it is just an association, when you're evaluating yourselves, you score. How many women did we start with? How many do we have now? If it's a membership, even of our association here in the UK, how many women were able to turn up? What explains that? What unique contribution are they making? How many of them showed interest in the leadership of things? That is very important because it ties your outcomes. When you're counting the success of this gathering, part of it should be how many women were able to be in the room. Because we know, because I know that there are many women that would like to be here. Because of care burdens, they cannot be. Some of them are taking children to school. Some of them are holding half the sky. Some of them have had to debate whether I pay money for this or pay money for that. So they can't be here. But the ones who are able to be here, what does that mean for this convention? The convention should just not evaluate, oh, how many people were here and online and what else happened in terms of how well it was organized, but also the quality of the people that are here, their commitment and their sacrifice to be here. How many young people were here? Why aren't they here? What did we do to ensure they're here? Were they more online or physically? So next year, what do we want to do better to ensure young people are here? Yeah. Lastly is capacity building, that we need to ensure that we promote gender equity and also that it's part of our professional matrix. So my call to action, which is my last slide, is that we need to shift mindset. Because many of the ways we look at things is because of the way we think. And the way we think determines what we do. And many of the mistakes we see is because of how people think and how people look at things. And so we need not to treat this just as one of the things we are going to use for ticking boxes. We must actually invest in changing how we think and how we view things. The second is we need to demand data. And this I spoke to Dr. Lazarus in my email before I came here, that as West Nile, we need to become intentional about investing in data. Trust me, all this information we spoke about today and yesterday is not documented anywhere. Everybody prepared their presentation separately. And when we go away from here, not all of us will have access to these presentations. And yet, if we had a central data point where when you need information about West Nile, you will find it, that would guide some of your decisions going forward. And in speaking about data, there's a lot of our history that is lost. When we're doing the advocacy for power, I invested a lot in understanding who we are, because I could not just appreciate the fact that we were not connected to the grid for our entire existence. And so I began to search for information, and I came across Lado Enclave, which was a country, and that was our country. That's where we belonged. That's where, if you look at its map, it is where present-day West Nile is. There's some information online, but I got to find out that there's a library in Washington that has very detailed information about our history as West Nile. I'm not speaking about Uganda, West Nile as a region. There's a lot about us that is nowhere. They didn't teach it to us in school. You won't find it in your modern day library in Uganda, and we must get into that. Some of our people, our elderly people, are becoming of age, and we have not documented anything from them. We have not put down pieces of our history for purposes of teaching it to our children, that even if we're here in the UK, our children should know about their history. They must know why West Nile is what it is. And if we answer that question, believe me, we'll understand why we are the way we are today and why some of the things we're facing are as bad as they are. And lastly, is that we need to co-create solutions. When we're building development strategies, we need to co-create with the communities for which these developments are intended. We must not design something because of how we think it is or because we saw it work somewhere else. We must actually co-create with the communities for which development is intended. Thank you for your attention and have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much for that deeply enlightening presentation from Ms. Munduru. I've always heard about gender mainstreaming. I thought I knew, but today is when I've actually done my learning. The key issues. Thank you. So you've taught me more than what I've learned the last 15 years. So thank you very much for the enlightenment and also the risks that come with gender tokenism, because it's a lot of that. I usually say to my students it's gender washing, but I like the tokenistic argument. So thank you so much for teaching us. I think we've picked a lot of leaves on where it goes wrong and how we have the opportunity to address some of the structural inequalities that are hidden within the gender disparities in our society. So thank you very much, Ms. Munduru. So we're going to go to our next presenter now, online. Can you confirm that he's there? Is he online? Okay. Yes. So our next presenter is Mr. Silas Sanguzu, who is an urban planner, private sector leader, entrepreneur, and the chairman of the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Arua City branch. He is passionate about promoting sustainable urban development, trade, investment, industrialization, and agribusiness as drivers of economic transformation. Mr. Anguzu has extensive experiences in business development and strategic planning, and is led and participated in strong advocacy in the context of regional economic integration, sustainable cities, private sector-led development with a particular focus on unlocking the economic potential of the West Nile region. Ladies and gentlemen, here in present and online, join me to welcome Mr. Silas Anguzu to speak to us now. Thank you. Silas, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Please, one.
Good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Honorable Member of Parliament for Perego. It's indeed an honor to be here. I'm still trying to dance with the screen share. My screen share is paused.
Yes.
Silas, we can see your screen. If you just put it on a slideshow, you should be good to go.
I'm going to
it doesn't come on
probably
here. Harry controls
let me,
it, so this will be on. Yeah, thank you.
Let me just share that with you. I'm going to request that Dr. William, you help me share that screen as I go ahead with my presentation, because I'm having a lot of challenges here just connecting in. Document. Okay, Dr. William, you can go ahead and share for me that screen.
We have your slides on, and they're being shared, so carry.
They're being shared? Okay, thank you very much. You can just go ahead with that. Yeah, so thank you. No, that's another one. Another one. Dr. William, have you seen my screen?
It's not visible on the screen at the moment. Can you share it again?
Okay, just give me a minute. Okay. Yeah, so as you go ahead with the screen, I just want to thank the organizers of this Diaspora conference for such an elaborate job. Indeed, very pleased to be here. And,
Apologies. We
yeah,
can't seem to see your slides on the screen. Are you able to share it with your room, please? Apologies.
Have you received it?
No, we haven't. You can be granted permission to share the screen yourself. So.
I think we may have to abandon that program. I may have to just proceed without screen share. Let me try again, okay? Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you very much for this opportunity. Yeah, so today I'm going to discuss about community savings for investment and financing. This is a very important topic, and we want to see how we can develop our region without necessarily depending on government or other parties outside ourselves. We're going to discuss how to mobilize the private sector to build the future of West Nile. Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again. Before we discuss money, investments, industries, housing, hospitals, or infrastructure, I would like us to begin with a fundamental question. Why do some regions become prosperous while others blessed with abundant natural resources remain very poor? This is one of the most important questions any society can ask. For many people, prosperity is a factor of luck. For others, it depends, in their eyes, to the availability of natural resources. And that is true to a certain extent, because when you go to cities like Hoima, you can appreciate what the discovery of oil has done to that city. It has transformed it, and it has really begun to, it's glowing like anything. However, for some countries like Singapore and Israel, with very few natural resources that have become among the richest nations on the earth, they have had to use their opportunity very wisely, the little that they have. What have they done that is different and that has enabled them to become prosperous? Prosperity is created when people organize themselves to produce more value than they consume. If a community is producing 1,000 units and they are consuming 10,000 units, they are creating a deficit. And that means capital will flow from what the little they have to the producers of that. When a community produces 1,000 units and they consume 100 units only, that means they have a surplus economy and they are able to sell and become rich. For me, that is the simple definition of poverty and riches. It's a factor of production. It's a simple factor of production. So we are not merely consumers of wealth, but we are creators of wealth. For many years, our discussions are focused on what government should do. I want to say that certainly the government has played an important role, like provision of security and laws. It develops infrastructure, creates an enabling environment, but governments do not create wealth by themselves. Businesses create wealth. Entrepreneurs, farmers, manufacturers, professionals, and investors create wealth. The role of government is to create an environment in which wealth creation can flourish, and this, we can attest, is now the reality. So many companies are becoming very rich. So many companies have grown out of nothing because of the peace and security that they enjoy. The atmosphere for entrepreneurship is wide open, and we have been given the free leash to do as we desire. You can travel any time of the night. You can make phone calls to any part of the world. You can talk to anybody. You can prepare proposals. And therefore, this opportunity by the government is an enabling environment which now gives us the opportunity to begin to work within that framework. It's not that government is going to give us the wealth, but they give us an environment under which we can now begin to develop the opportunities that we have. The future of West Nile cannot depend solely on public expenditure. It must increasingly depend on private enterprise, organized communities, and productive investment. Every society becomes prosperous by producing something that other people need, like food, medicine, knowledge, technology, manufactured goods, and so on. As we speak right now, and in our presentations that we saw yesterday, meat, vegetables, tuarua, and DRC are all coming from outside this region. Regions like Lira, Soroti, and Kampala are really making a killing, supplying produce to West Nile. Cassava flour comes from as far as Tanzania, and onions are imported from Ethiopia. So poverty is not simply the absence of money. More often, it is the absence of productive capacity. If we want greater prosperity, we must increase what we produce. Today, we have over 1.7 million acres of very, very fertile land, some of the best parcels of land in Uganda. But when you go and interview the farmers and ask how much money they are making from an acre, the common word is about 600,000. This was the reality in Zombo. When I was seeing the figures that were being, our friend, our sister Gloria, was putting on the slides, showing an acre of cassava generating up to 15 million, I was holding my head. I said, where can we see this in reality? Because the facts are very bitter. When I was in the Navy speaking to Nyaravur Farmers Circle, I asked them how much money their farmers were earning on average from an acre of land. The lady told me they were earning about 600,000 shillings. And you know, cassava takes a full year to mature. Now, the difference between 600,000 and 15 million is a very big deal. That is where the whole problem is coming. So we want to move from, to organize ourselves for prosperity. Markets require organization. Industries, finance, and investments require organization. Even capital itself flows follows organization. Banks learn to organize businesses and investors invest in organized institutions. Development partners finance organized projects. That's why our vision today begins with organizing our people into investment clubs, circles, cooperatives, producer organizations, and professional networks. When people organize, they multiply their capacity to produce. This brings me to the next question. If organization is the foundation of prosperity, how do we organize 4 million people into an investment economy capable of financing its own future? Ladies and gentlemen, if there is one lesson that history teaches us, it is this. No society has ever become prosperous from isolated individuals. America is rich because every American is rich. The average income in the United States is about 55,000 US dollars. Imagine you are opening up a business in such an environment where everybody is rich. You will make a lot of money. It also attracts other rich people to come and invest their money within that environment. But where people are poor, then capital flees. We have been arguing for real estate development, mass housing in Arua, but the answers we are getting from Housing Finance Bank is that Arua does not have the capacity to buy houses. And yet you know we don't even have enough houses here in Arua. Where is the problem? Because we don't have the money to buy those houses. And therefore, when the people are poor, then we fail to develop the region. You can bring them the best commodities, you can bring them a bonded warehouse. I'm sorry, there was a bonded warehouse. There was a bonded, for importing a bond for cars. It opened here in Arua, and it had to close because no one was buying cars. Prosperous societies are built by organized people. One farmer working alone has limited bargaining power. One trader working alone has limited access to finance. When thousands of people organize around a common purpose, something extraordinary happens. They become an economic force. That is why the next chapter in the story of West Nile is not simply about investment. It is about organization. Think about the largest corporations in the world, the largest pension funds and strongest economies. People saved together, invested together, and shared risk, shared their opportunities, and shared their prosperity. The future of West Nile must rest on strong community institutions. Every village should become an investment club where members save regularly, learn together, identify investment opportunities, and gradually build capital for productive enterprises. Every community should strengthen its village and savings, the village savings and loan associations, what we call here the VSLS, so that households can develop a culture of saving, lending, and investing rather than relying solely on consumption. Strong cooperatives should become the financial backbone of our communities, mobilizing local savings and providing affordable credit to farmers, entrepreneurs, and small businesses. Well-managed cooperatives should enable producers to aggregate output, purchase inputs more efficiently, negotiate better prices, and participate in value addition and export markets. Cooperative unions should coordinate commercial agriculture, quality standards, irrigation, mechanization, and market access so that our farmers can move from subsistence farming to competitive agribusinesses. Our business associations, including the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and sector-specific associations, should connect entrepreneurs with markets, finance, technology, training, and finally, and policy advocacy. Finally, our diaspora network should become strategic investment partners, not only providing capital, but also bringing knowledge, international business connections, technology, and professional enterprise. Each of these institutions has a different role to play, but together they form the architecture of a regional economy. So now, imagine if every village had an investment club. And imagine if every parish had a registered DSLA. I want to surprise you. Every village actually has a registered DSLA and a SACCO. Under the PDM program, every village formed these clubs, and they are active, and they are registered, and they are saving money. And therefore, we want to now make use of them. When we calculated the number of villages in West Nile, we came to a figure approaching 4,000. So imagine if there were 3,000, if there were 3 investment clubs in every village, times 4,000 villages. Theoretically, we already have 12,000 registered circles and DSLAs as I speak right now. They are active and they are there. These village groups should now join together to form strong sub-county cooperative societies. And at the district level, they should join together to form vibrant cooperative unions and business associations. Now imagine these associations, these institutions working together, not competing, not duplicating, but complementing one another. The result will be one of the most organized regional economies in Africa. Our vision goes far beyond creating mere savings groups. We are building a regional investment movement by joining these existing groups into cooperative societies and cooperative unions and various businesses into business associations. One where every one of the 1 million households in West Nile can save, where every entrepreneur invests, and where villages own productive assets, where every district mobilizes capital, and where every professional contributes knowledge, and where every member of the diaspora becomes a partner in development. When these institutions work together, West Nile will no longer depend solely on external assistance. We will become active participants in financing our own transformation. Organization alone is not enough. The next question becomes, once we have organized millions of people, how do we mobilize their savings into large-scale investment funds capable of financing industry, housing, hospitals, schools, and infrastructure? That brings us to the next part in our journey, which is building a regional capital market. Ladies and gentlemen, once we have organized our people into investment clubs, DSLAs, cooperatives, producer organizations, business associations, and diaspora networks, the next question becomes, how do we transform these organizations into engines of development? The answer is by building a regional capital market. Many people think when you speak of capital markets, the first thing that comes into their mind is New York Stock Exchange or the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. But a capital market is more than a stock exchange. A capital market is any system where we can mobilize savings and channel them into productive investments. It is the bridge between people who have capital and people who have ideas, projects, and businesses. Without this bridge, savings remain idle, like our deposits in bank accounts. In fact, what is happening in West Nile is that we are saving a lot of money throughout the year in billions. Zombo, Bank of Uganda was able to verify that Zombo had saved about 90 billion in the space of a year. That is just a few VSLAs that are in Zombo. And at the end of the year, what did they do with it? They consumed it all. What did they consume it in? They were buying clothes, they were buying meat, they were buying eggs. All of these things are imported. They are not even here in Arua. First of all, what happens is when you save the money, that money is given to a bank. And what does the bank do with it? The bank lends it to people who can tick the boxes. Where are the people who tick the boxes? Those people in Kampala. So we are busy collecting all our money and transferring it stock barrel to Kampala. And these guys in Kampala are using it for investments, and then at the end of the year, they send it back to us. So we are losing our money because we are sending it over to Kampala, because we cannot have the capacity to absorb this cash here locally. That is very serious. So our ideas here remain unrealized and opportunities remain untapped. For generations, our communities have understood the importance of savings. Families save for school fees, farmers save for planting season, traders save to replenish stock. These habits are valuable, but savings alone do not transform an economy. Our money invested in productive enterprises can build wealth. The challenge before us is to transform a culture of savings into a culture of investing. Imagine each family contributing 100,000 shillings per month. They have this money. That totals to over 100 billion shillings coming into the coffers every month. And if you extrapolate it over 1 year, that's 1.2 trillion shillings. What can we do with this type of capital? This is the kind of capital we are discussing when we talk of development finance. Our diaspora is a great source of capital. Beyond remittances, they bring professional expertise, technology, international networks, and global business experience. By organizing diaspora investment into structured funds, we can convert remittances into long-term productive help. Finally, not every business needs a loan. Many need partners willing to invest and grow with them. Through private equity and venture capital, we can finance promising enterprises, support innovation, and ensure that our young entrepreneurs no longer leave West Nile to look for investors. Instead, investors will come to West Nile to look for opportunities. To finance major projects or major developments, we must also embrace modern investment vehicles like real estate investment trusts that can enable thousands of ordinary citizens to own apartments, hospitals, schools, hotels, warehouses, and commercial buildings. Infrastructure funds can mobilize private capital to finance roads, energy, water, industrial parks, and digital infrastructure. The message is simple. The capital we need is all around us. What has been missing is not money, it is organization, vision, and courage to invest together. So how do we finance the West Nile we want? Ladies and gentlemen, vision without investment remains a dream. Capital without purpose remains idle. Our task is to bring the two together. The true measure of development is not how much money we spend, but how many productive assets we create. Assets that generate jobs, incomes, profits, and prosperity for generations. Imagine that together we finance the construction of 100,000 affordable apartments across West Nile. This is not merely a housing project. It is the spark that ignites an entire economy. The moment construction begins, engineers, architects, surveyors, contractors, carpenters, all go to work. Banks finance mortgages. Insurance companies provide cover. Thousands of families start to earn a living. Then the multiplier effect begins. New communities create demand for schools, hospitals, supermarkets, internet services, and many other businesses. Farmers produce more food, factories process more agricultural products, tourism expands. Every new investment creates opportunities for another. That is how economies grow, not through isolated projects, but through connected investments that reinforce one another. Housing creates jobs, jobs create income, income creates demand, demand expands agriculture, industry, education, healthcare, and tourism, and together they create a strong middle class. That is what we are lacking in West Nile today. In West Nile, we have very poor people and we have rich people. There is no middle class. And therefore, without a middle class, we do not have a market for products. We cannot sustain our production capacity, neither can we even produce, because the poor people are too poor to even raise finance. The rich people are too few. The foundation, and together they create this strong middle class, which is the foundation of a prosperous society. Ladies and gentlemen, our vision is not simply to build 100,000 apartments. Our vision is to build an economy. The apartments are simply where the transformation begins. One of the greatest myths about development is that the world lacks money. That is not true. Today, millions of dollars are managed by commercial banks, pension funds, insurance companies, private equity firms, and impact investors. Around the world, investors are actively looking for credible, bankable projects. The challenge is not the shortage of capital. The challenge is our ability to prepare projects that are attractive. The future belongs to regions that understand not only how to dream, but also how to finance these projects. West Nile must therefore become financially literate and investment ready. No single institution will finance the transformation of West Nile. It will require partnerships between governments, the private sector, financial institutions, development partners, and our diaspora. Our responsibility is simple: to build strong institutions, prepare bankable projects, uphold transparency, and create an environment where investors have confidence. Capital flows where there is credibility. Ladies and gentlemen, climate resilience has transformed global investment priorities. Billions of dollars are now available for projects that could reduce emissions, strengthen resilience, and protect the environment. But before I dive into this topic, we'll make a few definitions. So what is climate resilience? Climate resilience is the ability of communities, businesses, and infrastructure to prepare for and adapt to and recover from the impact of global change. It's a three-pronged answer. To adapt to prepare. First of all, we begin by preparing. How do you prepare for climate change? How do you prepare for dry seasons? How do you prepare for flooding? When a flood hits, it just doesn't come out of the blue. There was a period when it was expected. How were you preparing? Was your business registered? Did you get insurance? Did you get irrigation equipment? Did you register with business associations to get training? That is the first part. Then how do you adapt to when the calamity hits you? How do you adapt to that calamity? Are you able to press a single button and Davis and Shatley reports to your farm with all the irrigation equipment, or you don't have audited books and you cannot call for immediate finance? Finally, how do you recover from the impact of climate change? For example, all the maize has dried up. How do you recover your capital? That means, do you insure, or do you have some money saved up somewhere? So climate resilience is three-pronged. There's adapting, there's recovering, and then there's preparation. So, and then finally, how do you prosper even while these problems are occurring? How do you make money? So a climate resilience company will generally make money even when problems are all around you. To be resilient is no longer about social responsibility or being nice and good, but more about making money even in the worst climatic conditions. That is why businesses that are resilient are attractive to big finance. Climate resilience is a form of insurance against climatic pressure. Therefore, West Nile can attract climate finance by investing in renewable energy, solar power, climate smart agriculture, more irrigation and water investing, energy efficient building, that is why forest restoration and sustainable big finance, transport. So how do we make West Nile bankable? Ladies and gentlemen, why do some regions attract billions in finance while others struggle to finance even their best ideas? The answer is simple. Investors do not finance ideas. They finance bankable projects. To make West Nile investment ready, every project we undertake must be bankable, resilient, and sustainable. So what makes a bankable project? A bankable project must have a clear business case. A bankable project must have a credible feasibility study, must have sound financial projections, secure land and regulatory control, competent management, transparent governance, a realistic implementation plan, and a clear strategy for generating returns and repaying investors. So why does the diaspora matter? The transformation of West Nile will not be financed by aid alone, nor will it be achieved through donations. Sustainable development is built on investment, innovation, and strong institutions. This is where the West Nile diaspora becomes one of our greatest strategic assets. The diaspora matters not because it sends remittances, but because it possesses resources that are far more powerful than money alone. across Europe, North America, Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. West Nilers have acquired valuable experience, professional expertise, business networks, and financial capacity that can accelerate the transformation of our region. The diaspora brings capital that can be invested in productive enterprises rather than consumed. It brings knowledge gained from working in advanced economies and world-class institutions. It brings technology that can modernize agriculture, manufacturing, healthcare, education, and digital services. Equally important, the diaspora brings experience in governance, how successful organizations are managed, and how institutions are held accountable, and how transparency and efficiency create confidence among investors. The diaspora also brings access to global networks that connect West Nile to international investors, development partners, universities, research institutions, and these relationships can open doors that would otherwise remain closed. So this is the labor multiplier. Let us consider what organization can achieve. If 1 million people save just a modest amount each month through their circles, DSLs, and cooperatives, the combined capital runs into hundreds of billions of shillings. These funds can be invested in housing, agro-processing, education, healthcare, tourism, manufacturing, logistics, and infrastructure. This is how communities around the world have financed their own development, not by waiting, not by hoping, but by organizing. Consider an illustration. Suppose the West Nile Development Fund, which is hypothetical. The hypothetical West Nile Development Fund invests 1 trillion in housing, industrial parks, commercial agriculture, roads, energy, and other productive infrastructure. Depending on the nature of the project, a substantial share of this expenditure, probably up to 50%, will go back to the workers. 30% is direct, that is the salary and wages that the workers are earning. The other 20% goes to locally manufactured commodities. All this ends up in the market. And therefore, the reason, in my view, West Nile has really remained poor for this long is that we don't have any big projects around that are employing our people. Our people have turned out, first of all, they're not in school. The schools are very free to absorb the people. Then they don't have factories where they can work. And therefore, they're ending up on the streets. And this has really left us with our hands open. Our children are killing themselves. People have turned into thieves. And we are saying we need to find a solution to raising local capital, and we can have capital that can be used for making big projects. Depending on the nature of the project, a substantial share of this expenditure will be paid to the workers. So while the exact proportion varies by sector and project type, this represents a significant flow of income into the local economy. These earnings do not remain idle. Workers spend their savings, their wages on food, housing, healthcare. Contractors purchase building materials, machinery. Financial institutions provide additional credit to growing enterprises. As businesses grow, they hire more people who in turn earn incomes and spend within the economy. This continuous circulation of money creates a powerful multiplier effect where one investment generates many rounds of economic activity. A single project, therefore, supports not only builders and engineers, but also farmers supplying food, traders, manufacturers, transport operators, schools, clinics, banks, restaurants, and countless small businesses. Over time, this process creates something even more valuable than infrastructure. It creates a middle class. Families with stable incomes are able to educate their children, purchase homes, save through circles, invest in businesses, and build wealth. These same households become the customers for the homes, shopping centers, and factories that we are building. This is how successful economies grow. Prosperity is not created by distributing free money. It is created by investing in productive assets that continuously generate jobs, incomes, opportunities for future generations. For West Nile, this means that every strategic investment should be evaluated not only by the financial return it generates, but also by the number of jobs it creates, the businesses it stimulates, the skills it develops, and the purchasing power it injects into the regional economy. Finally, today we have spoken about vision, organization, investment, entrepreneurship, finance, climate resilience, and the power of private capital. But ideas alone do not change history. Only actions do. Every prosperous nation was once an idea in the minds of people who refused to accept the limitations of their time. Every great city was once a village. Every village, every great institution began with ordinary people who believed they could build an extraordinary future. Today, history asks us one simple question: why do generations? What generation will we choose to be? Will we be remembered as the generation that inherited enormous potential but left it undeveloped? Or will we be remembered as the generation that transformed the destiny of West Nile? I believe we can become that generation, the generation that transformed its people. The generation that transformed savings into investments, that built strong circles, investment companies, and globally competitive enterprises. The generation that turned farmers into agribusiness entrepreneurs, businesses into industries, and ideas into bankable projects. Imagine a West Nile where every district is connected by modern infrastructure, where affordable housing is within the reach of families, of working families, boarders, nurses, teachers, and market vendors, where commercial agriculture feeds industry, where factories export products proudly made in West Nile, where world-class hospitals and universities attract people from across Africa, where our young people find opportunity instead of searching for it elsewhere, where our diaspora returns not only to visit but to invest, where the word West Nile are synonymous with enterprise, innovation, prosperity, and hope. The future is possible, but it begins with the decisions we make today. The transformation of West Nile, therefore, will not be achieved by government alone, nor will it be delivered by donors. It will not be built by one investor or one institution. It will be built by millions of West Nilers united by a common purpose. The time has come to move from dependency to productivity, from consumption to investment, from fragmentation to organization, and from promises to projects, from projects to prosperity, and from prosperity to generational wealth. Let us leave London today with more than inspiration. Let us leave with a commitment to organize, to invest, to build, and to own our future. When history tells the story of our generation, let it say they inherited possibility. They chose responsibility. They organized capital. They mobilized their people. They built enduring institutions and transformed West Nile. Thank you, and may God bless West Nile, may God bless Uganda, and may God bless all our partners in this shared journey towards lasting prosperity. God, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Anguzu, for sharing that very thought-provoking vision of what a proper, well-integrated macroeconomic development in West Nile would look like, and the key ingredients that are required to bring that vision to life, that include organizing under a well-structured private sector that would mobilize funding ideally locally before getting on to supplementing with what comes from other people, donors, and so on and so forth. I just wanted to say something which seems very reasonable, to acknowledge your vision there. I don't know how many of you are aware of the Grand Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia. You know that they built it for themselves. They did not get the money that they needed from outside. They found a way to mobilize the resources. So Mr. Anguzu's vision there is very achievable if people come together in the unity that he envisions. So thank you very much indeed. And I know at the beginning we had some slight issues with the technology to share the slides and so forth. That meant we lost a little bit of time, but we're constantly improvising and we appreciate your patience with the situation. So thank you very much. So we are going to move to the next presentation, but before we do that, I just wanted to draw your attention to the raffle to do with trying your luck to win a return ticket on Uganda Airlines as one big opportunity, and the other one is a one-night weekend opportunity to stay in a Leonardo hotel. So do please find a way to be in with a chance of winning, and do buy your raffle tickets straight away if you can. And the next one, which is just a standard lottery ticket, would be £1 each, and for a strip of 5, you could have £5 to get a chance to win something really nice and life-changing. And for these raffle tickets, you will need to speak with our colleagues and organizers, Ms. Teresa, Ms. Lillian Longo, and Ms. Perry Lucas. Those of you who are here in the house, in the hotel, you will see that they're just, 2 of them are seated at the back, and then I think Perry is here. So do please reach out to them and start getting those tickets so you have the chance to. Before joining the bank, he was deputy director. Before joining the bank, he was deputy director at the Bank of Uganda, where he led the production of high-frequency real sector statistics, regularly provided economic forecasts and policies to guide monetary policy decisions, and Government of Uganda consultations with the International Monetary Fund. So please, join this distinguished son of West Nile again. We have many of them today, and we've had some yesterday, to speak to us, to just enlighten us about something really important. Thank you very much. Thank
you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Am I audible? Okay. Thank you. Honorable Member of Parliament for Teregu, the conventional chairman, Dr. Ngubua, and members of the organizing committee, chairs of the different West Nile diaspora chapters present, fellow West Nilers, both in the diaspora and those attending the convention from home back in West Nile. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not have slides to show. I'll speak directly. It's a great honor for me to be with you this afternoon to address this gathering, although virtually, from my own diaspora duty station here in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers of this convention for the invitation extended to me to be part of this. I thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the topic, the role of financial institutions in investment financing facilitation. My speech this afternoon will mainly draw from my experiences as an African development practitioner. Globally, the diaspora is an important source of development. Not only do they provide financing, they provide technology and knowledge transfer. In Africa, for example, the diaspora remittances have reached $100 billion annually. In Uganda, it was $2.8 billion last year. Unfortunately, I don't have the statistics on diaspora remittances to West Nile. We also know that the diaspora has a lot of savings in the countries where they reside. Again, this information I do not have. But it's those savings that the diaspora can use to invest productively. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the topics covered since yesterday and partly today have covered investment opportunities in West Nile, including in agriculture, education, healthcare, real estate, to name but a few. All these are excellent topics for a person considering to invest or already investing in West Nile. However, the elephant in the room for all of us who would like to invest or expand our investments in West Nile. In these investment options you have listened to is how to finance such investments. The most straightforward source of investment financing is what I would call the internal sources, one's own savings. I do not think that that's what the organizers of this gathering had in mind. The second source, which will inform my talk this afternoon, is the external sources of financing, from institutions, from governments, from development partners, and from philanthropists. This is what I'll talk about. Before I speak to you about investment financing in West Nile, please note, as you may have noticed from my background banner, that governments, international development institutions, such as the one I'm working for, are equally contemplating similar questions. That is why last year, this year, our African Development Bank African Economic Outlook report was on a similar topic. For example, Africa needs about 1.3 trillion annually to finance sustainable development goals, 402 billion annually to finance structural transformation, about 100 billion for infrastructure, and about 240 billion for climate actions. So clearly, it's not only us who are looking for sources of financing to finance our investments. The whole world is looking for finances. For Uganda, the annual financing gap for structural transformation is about $5 billion annually. Therefore, before I dive deeper into this topic, the available sources of investment financing for private sector in West Nile. Let me just state that Uganda is one of the fastest growing countries, both in Africa and globally. And West Nile is contributing to this fast growth. For example, last year alone, Uganda grew at 6.7%. Before that, it grew at 6% in 2024, making Uganda the 10th fastest growing country in Africa and among the world's 20 fastest growing countries. Uganda continues to register strong growth rates despite the global and domestic challenges, including geopolitical tensions, trade policy changes, and even recently aid cuts, which have affected a number of our friends who are also in the diaspora. With the onboarding of oil production later this year, Uganda's growth momentum over the medium term can only accelerate further. Therefore, investing in West Nile has a great potential. So which are the highest contributors to economic growth in Uganda? The main sectors are cash crops, the construction sector, transport and storage, accommodation, food and food services. All these sectors grew at about, on average, about 8 to 12% between 2023 and 2025. So this will give you ideas on where you can invest. Most of these sectors are micro, small, and medium enterprises, which are the biggest segment of the economy. These enterprises employ over 3.5 million people. They account for approximately 90% of the private sector and contribute 80% of all manufactured output and 20% of the GDP. However, most of these businesses remain finance constrained and struggle to raise the financing necessary to invest, expand, and create new jobs. More so long-term patient capital or investment financing options. The limited options for long-term financing forces enterprises usually to use short-term finance for projects whose returns are only realized over the long term. Bank credit remains a significant source of financing for private sector in West Nile. Commercial banks in Uganda provide over 90% of the loans to the private sector. However, bank credit comes at a very high cost and short tenors, and is rarely significant enough to boost long-term sustainable growth. For example, the weighted lending rate for shillings-denominated loans in Uganda averaged about 18% last month, and for foreign currency loans is about 7.3%. Bank credit to Uganda is also unpredictable to spur considerable expansion in investment. Long-term financing like private equity contributes to business investments faster growth by reducing risks of rollover. Let me now turn my attention to the specific options available for you to finance your investments in West Nile. First, investments in West Nile can be financed through concessional sources and the government of Uganda funds. Uganda Development Bank funding, for example. Uganda Development Bank, which is the national development finance institution for the country, has the mandate to accelerate socioeconomic development through sustainable finance interventions. Uganda Development Bank lends to small and medium enterprises, farmer groups, women-owned businesses, youth entrepreneurs, large enterprises operating in priority sectors like agriculture, agro-processing, manufacturing, tourism, and renewable energy. Some of these are the sectors we have listened to about in the last 2 days. UDB offers development loans like the SME Kazi loan for enterprises in priority sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, tourism. And the financing here range from 50 million Ugandan shillings up to 720 million. The Uganda Development Bank financing attracts a one-time appraisal fee of about 1% for the short-term working capital and 0.7% on revolving amounts. These loans attract interest rates ranging from 10 to 12%, market 10 to 12%, while those in the banking, commercial banks are on average about 18% and could go as far as 24-25%. To access, for example, the Kazi loan, an entity must qualify as a small or a medium enterprise with an annual turnover of up to 100 million shillings for the small enterprises and 360 million for the medium enterprises. So these are not startups. These are for, existing companies or enterprises. How do you access it? You submit a formal loan application through Uganda Development Bank website or by visiting their offices. Within the UDB, other sources of financing include Women Prosper loans and the Youth Setup loans. The UDB Business Accelerator for Successful Entrepreneurship provide business advisory services to these enterprises to promote sustainability. And I think this is where the question on whether your enterprise is a bankable project can benefit from. There's also the Yield Uganda Investment Fund, which is a 20 million euro impact fund managed by the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, with a ticket size of about 250,000 euro to about 2 million euro, approximately 1 to 8.5 billion Ugandan shillings. The investments in the Yield Uganda Investment Fund are focused predominantly on small, medium agro businesses and benefiting small farmers struggling with the impacts of climate change by providing affordable, quality agricultural inputs, including fertilizers, crop protection solutions, alternative feed sources, high yield and drought-resistant seed varieties and seedlings. And this is, important for those who are into the agricultural sector. This is an area where you can obtain resources. We also have the Small Businesses Recovery Fund, still under the government of Uganda. This was launched at the beginning of 2022 as the global and Uganda's economy was recovering from the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. This fund aims to facilitate access to finance directly to about 50,000 MSEs, at least 40% women and 30% youth, with an objective of shorten the recovery trajectory of youth and women-owned and operated businesses from the impacts of the pandemic. Another source of financing is the Agricultural Credit Facility, the ACF, which you may have heard about. This was set up by the government of Uganda in 2009. Its main objective is to commercialize agriculture through provision of medium to long-term financing for projects engaged in agriculture, as mentioned. This facility is administered by the Bank of Uganda and is a revolving pool of loanable funds amounting to about 60 billion. The beneficiary projects must engage in agriculture and agro-processing at commercialization and value addition level. The next is the Large-Scale Commercial Farmers Fund. This is a fund which was launched in 2024, and it mainly looks at those farmers that deal in produce. And the fund is accessible through Post Bank, Private Microfinance, Housing Finance Bank, and Uganda Farmers Federation. To be eligible, you must have at least 50 acres of land. Next is the Microfinance Support Center. I'm sure most of you must have heard about this particular organization. It's a government-owned institution, and it offers affordable credit and business development services to the clientele. The main beneficiaries are circles, border-borders, women enterprises, carpenters, to mention a few. Another source of financing is the generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises, commonly called GROW. This again is a government of Uganda initiative, and the finances can be accessed through commercial banks operating, including Postbank. Another source of financing by the government is the Myoga Fund, again launched in 2019 as a broad government strategy to transform 68% of homesteads from subsistence to market-oriented production. This fund benefits also SACCOs and SMEs. Now, let me turn my attention to the second type of investment financing that West Nile can obtain. These are the venture capital, private equity, and public capital markets. There are several of these operating in Uganda. For example, the Inua Capital, the XSML, which focus basically on equity and quasi-equity financing of SMEs. There's the deal flow facility for businesses that need at least $500,000. What it does, it provides investment readiness support, technical assistance, direct connection to regional and international investors. For more on this, you can maybe consult the financial sector deepening Uganda. You'll get more information there. There's also the angel networks, such as the Zantu Capital and Renewable Capital. These are all part of the equity and venture capital segment. You can also raise long-term capital by listing on the Uganda Securities Exchange. Now, the third type of investment financing in Uganda is now what most of us know, the commercial banks. Most commercial banks and microfinancial institutions in Uganda have a dedicated corporate and investment banking units that cater for everyone's needs. They provide working capital, trade finance, and asset financing. However, as previously mentioned, local currency borrowing rates are often high, and borrowers have to fulfill very many, sometimes stringent conditions. And of course, as indicated earlier, that the interest rates there can go up to upwards of 24% per annum. All the different banks in Uganda, whether Stanbic or DFCU, offer equipment, most banks in Uganda, either Stanbic, DFCU, offer equipment leasing, trade finance, and term loans for business expansion. A person like Dr. Nguvua, who is into agriculture, can benefit from the equipment leasing facility to buy the tractor or a lorry for his enterprise. Coming to real estate, most banks in Uganda do have a real estate facility. Of course, with Housing Bank being the specialized bank for this segment. And those of you who are interested in investing in real estate, I think the first place may be where you stop, where you need to pitch your ideas is a Housing Finance Bank. And for agricultural and agro-processing loans, banks like the Finance Trust Bank have an agro-investment loan unit that provides financing to commercial farmers with small and medium enterprises and those that are involved in capital-intensive agricultural activities along the value chain. This loan facility can be used to acquire agricultural machinery, vehicles, storage facilities, land, and farmhouses, and is often offered to individuals, group associations, and companies that deal in agricultural investments, including even if you have an agro-input business, you can access that. The fourth type of investment financing for West Nilers is the money that is in multilateral development banks, such as the one I work for. Most of the multilateral development banks have the private sector window, what is commonly known as the non-sovereign guarantee loans. These loans bypass the need for host country government backing, and their primary goal is to foster enterprise development, improve investment climate, enhance infrastructure. Let me speak a little more about this particular facility with the African Development Bank. What do they finance? They finance direct projects, long-term debt, through long-term debt, equity investments, guarantees for large-scale operations and public-private partnerships. The bank is usually restricted to a minimum of only 3 million, meaning that you cannot obtain more than $3 million, which also means that it should not exceed 1/3 of the total project cost. So for example, if you had a project of $10 million, the bank can only give you maximum 3 million. The 7, you have to look for it from somewhere else. We also, at the African Development Bank, offer financial intermediation by lines of credit, through lines of credit and risk-sharing facilities to local and regional financial institutions. For example, we are shareholders of the East African Development Bank, which also operates in Uganda. We also do provide syndications and co-financing, still accessible for the private sector. The fifth type of financing for investment I'll talk about is what comes from other development finance institutions. Institutions such as the World Bank's International Finance Corporation and the European Investment Bank. They provide loans, equity, and guarantees to private companies and financial institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, as I come towards the end of my presentation, what you clearly have noticed is that there are broad options for investment financing and facilitation that you can tap into. I may have not done justice for that, but I've just provided you a few examples. Now, as I conclude, in addition to the fiscal investments that we have spoken about as West Nile since yesterday, I think it's also good for especially the diaspora, West Nile diaspora, to consider financial investments. Investments in government bonds, which are basically the government of Uganda securities, treasury bills, offer very attractive interest rates, ranging from 10 to 12% for bills per annum, and 14 to 17% for bonds per annum. You'll all agree with me, these rates are not the rates that you can obtain in your countries of work. They are also available investments through unit trusts. And the unit trusts offer annual interest rates of about 11 to 12%. These are all excellent opportunities. There could be opportunities where you first save your money before you start your investments, instead of this money sitting in banks, in commercial banks where you are not going to earn. It's better for them to earn. With that said, I wish you all success in your investments. And also for those who are planning to undertake investments in West Nile, I wish you success. Thank you all for listening to me, and may God bless you all as you invest in West Nile. Bye.
Yes, so thank you very much indeed, Dr. Francis Leni Anguyo, for giving us one of the most critical sets of information that we need to connect the dots of all of the conversations we're having here this last 2 days and still ongoing, which we expect to continue with. There would be no point whatsoever to have all of the assets, the vision, the aspirations to do anything about investing in West Nile if we have no source of funding. And I think your presentation has given us a lot of very specific information to tell us where existing resources are that we could ideally start with for various scales of investment, and to eventually leverage stepping outside of our usual comfort zones to then look outside beyond Uganda. So thank you so much for that presentation. And I'm sure many, I've seen someone post a message online already, I'm sure a lot of us will be very keen to engage with you to get more information about how we could, probably the how aspect, because I think it can be terrifying to not know how to begin that conversation, even though you know about the source. So thanks very much indeed. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we're going to have a short break, ideally just a comfort break, a very quick one, so that we're able to continue with the rest of the presentations for today. So we will have about 5 minutes. Go to the bathroom, go get some coffee, come back. For those of you who are here, even if you're online, you can step out, stretch your legs, do something, but at least 5 minutes so that we can start back here just within the next few moments. And we will also then continue with at least 2 more presentations after this. That way, then we finish with the day today. And also, for those of you who have questions, we've not been able to take them yet because we wanted to make sure we get all of the presentations in within the time available. But you can post your questions online, especially if you're there. Those of you who are in the conference room, you could obviously write them somewhere. And even if we don't get to answer all of them, remember we said it's just the beginning of the conversation. We must continue that conversation beyond here. So thank you very much indeed. Let's take our 5 minutes break starting now. Thank you.
Yeah, I just need to energize us. Lazarus. Just 1 minute. As you take your break, we've already heard about investment financing. And I just want to pose this question. If you had 100 million pounds or 100,000 pounds, what will you invest it in West Nile and why? Think about that. Those online also think about it. Please post your ideas. Let's see. Because we're all talking about investment. But if you had the capital as an opportunity that arose, what we'll use that money for. We want to gain those insights and ideas. We've had a number of discussions on a range of investment ventures and opportunities. So let's see what you're all thinking about if you have that money right now. Thank you.
Are you sure you're going to get anyone as tall as that to wear that? Oh, that's for my men.
I have one.
I am tall enough, but this is too long for me.
There was a lady who came here extremely tall. Then she said, "Oh, Dakala, I don't know where she has gone. That girl there, the tallest girl in the room.
That one there,
Hmm.
I don't think she's taller than me.
Hey, she's tall. Or what was it? Her shoes? I don't know.
She's taller, right? But I don't think she's taller than me. But
So if you are the tallest, you have to go with this.
I'm not the tallest, but I don't think she's taller than me.
But that height can be enhanced. Just a little.
My problem is my cash flow at the moment is a little bit. Ideally, if I were to buy some cash here, short term, I'm going to give you a countdown.
What do I say?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a countdown. Hi, my name is.
Ah, my.
Yeah. Hi, my name is. Come from Uganda. You promote yourself.
No, that's fine.
Some just talk whatever about the products.
Okay. African wear. I give them my address.
Your telephone number, prices, advertising.
Hello, brothers and sisters around the world. My name is Nelly Badaru. I'm coming from Uganda, West Nile. I'm here to attend a convention, and I make very good African wear. I've come with dresses for women, and we have, this is a dream. West Nile is looking forward. It's time for West Nile to rise and shine. And as you can see, We became part of Uganda in 1914. So West Nile since 1914. This shows all the districts of West Nile. We also have T-shirts. We have T-shirts which also show West Nile to rise and shine. We have hoodies of all sizes. You can't miss this from Uganda. We have collar necks for those who would like to have collar neck T-shirts. We have them. It's time for West Nile to rise up and shine. And I look forward to getting you to get in touch with me. My number is +256 772 415 279. And my email address is nellybadaru@gmail.com. The prices they are very attractive for all West Nilers around the world to buy and to rise and shine. Thank you very much.
I got carried away. It's not sounding. Hello, everyone. Can we reconvene and continue with our program for this, the rest of the session for today, please? Those conversations are beautiful. I hate to interrupt them, but we need to bracket them for now. They will be continued after here and into, who knows, eternity. So we're going to have our next presenter. Thank you. So our next presenter is Mr. Pascal Andebo, who is a Ugandan PhD student and Dean's Fellow in International Education Policy, University of Maryland, College Park in the United States of America. He's taking his PhD between the years 2022 to 2027. He is also a teacher, an educationist, and a development and humanitarian researcher, and a practitioner with experience in Uganda, Somalia, South Sudan, and Kenya. His research has focused on education, especially education in conflict and emergencies, peace education, social justice, environmental education, and governance in Eastern Africa and the whole of continental Africa. Please join me, both in-house and virtually, to welcome our dear friend, colleague, and young scholar, Mr. Andebo, to the podium to speak. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, thank you for this introduction and opportunity. I take the opportunity to quickly share with you some insights and mostly observations looking at our circumstances in West Nile regarding the education sector and trying to examine the opportunities that we could talk about in our forum today regarding the investment possibilities which we need to unlock in the region, because according to the framing I have for the presentation, education is a very critical driver in community development. So this should be seen in relation to other presentations that were made beginning from yesterday and going forward to see what are the possibilities in the various sectors and how can education come in as a sector itself, but also as contributing to enhancing the opportunities that we were looking at in the other sectors as well. And quickly, I would just like to make some presupposition that when we are talking about education here, my thinking is that the focus mainly is on formal and aspects of non-formal education that require some programming from the different stakeholders to ensure that we're able to effectively achieve the benefits of the planning process. And these are based on some of the data that exists out there, where I may relate to some statistical facts, and then also make some reflections and observations, maybe also share some of my opinions, and I believe we will have an opportunity to raise or ask questions and make comments. There is, of course, a lot said about education, but for this presentation, I've chosen to quote what many of you may have seen already from Nelson Mandela, who quite aptly observed that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And in our context, if we're looking at West Nile, we could actually apply this statement directly, because even here, those who
are just taking the moment to sit together, you will not dispute the fact that your ability to be part of this forum has been enhanced by the educational opportunities you receive. So that statement would not be misplaced. However, I also want us to take into consideration a comment which I remember making in the first forum which we had, the first convention, that despite this value of education, education is Janos faced. I've just picked this Roman concept which I've depicted with this picture next to it. The Romans used to have a god called Janus, which is meant to look both ways. I think from that we have developed, rather we have in English the word for the month of January, looking both ways. And in the interpretation for education, it's a warning more or less. A warning in the sense that much as education provides these enormous opportunities for transforming the world, there is a way in which education can be used. And it can be used to entrench inequality. It can be used to entrench injustice. It has often been used to entrench hatred of one group by another, and in several ways, education has been used negatively. So we must be aware of that fact as we talk about education and what we need to think about if we really want to make it a meaningful opportunity that we can use in the transformation of our society in West Nile. The statistics I present here partly is related to what I was following from Dr. Boka's presentation yesterday, rhymes to the extent of showing what our population is like in the region right now, both the local population and the population of especially the refugees we have in the region, with the 12 local administrative units or districts that we have, plus the city, which makes it 13, we have these structures of governance, which include also the governance structures for our education system in the region that should be leading in the planning process and ensuring that we are able to reap the benefits of good education in the region. Our population density, if I'm quickly making these comparisons, which just act as talking points, is somehow a warning, because if you look at the national average and what we have, our population density is more than what compares with the national average. Even in terms of household population, we also have a higher rate compared to the national average. And I've quoted here a rural city as showing a population during daytime, which is only next to Kampala. Then we have, of course, the youth bulge, as is the national trend, which also affects our region. And these are aspects which I'm highlighting because they are either a challenge or an opportunity if we look at it from a context of education. With good planning, they are an opportunity. But with either bad planning or no planning at all, they become a challenge or a burden. And additionally, as I did hint, we are close to Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, and like Dr. mentioned yesterday also, to Central Africa. These become an opportunity for us in many ways if used well. But the question is about the planning. And here is just a general structure. If we take this structure also to represent the population in rural, we will realize that most of our population falls in the group or in the category that we could generally say is young. And this can be as I said, an opportunity, but also a challenge, depending on what are the plans that we have for such a population and how do we make use of this population. Of course, we could go into population debates and things like that, but we could also quickly say, amidst what we see in the population as a challenge, population has been, to some extent, used successfully by countries like China, India, to aid the development process. And that is a result of how the planning has been done in order to make use of the population. So, focusing on the point of discussion in regard to education in the region, one reality is that formal education in West Nile region faces significant challenges. Of course, poverty is one of the things which we cannot take our eyes away from. And I would like to revert to, again, what our MP mentioned as he was closing yesterday, something about the comparison he was making between our region and the Karamoja region. If you look at even the population census records, we are, in most of the bad indicators, we are only comparing, or we are only slightly above Karamoja region. And that comment he made yesterday was not actually, was actually a reality that we should be aware of, and poverty is one of these key indicators which rather shows that. Then we have these other practical issues about where are our schools. The distance that children have to go to school could be a factor which eventually makes them either continue or lose interest. We are a region that has for long been prone to conflict or affected by conflict, and some of this conflict is local, others are conflicts in the neighborhood, like the current situation we have with the refugee influx, which then in turn affect us in terms of the capacity we could have for education. Then cultural influences that determine whether the children we have in school could go on and complete, or whether they choose to come away. And looking at the country also generally, what the country plans, of course, influences what we receive in terms of the education programs and policies in the region. And we see that Uganda generally has huge challenges in access to education when we look at it in terms of the trends from primary, secondary, tertiary education. We see the gaps continue narrowing. It's a trend everywhere, all right, but Uganda has some unique challenges in addressing that in terms of funding, infrastructure, learning and teaching materials, and teacher recruitment, and other issues like even sustaining the children who are in school through programs like school feeding. Here are quick observations just based on the statistics that is available, and you look at, these are things I just quickly picked from the most recent population and housing census. We have these numbers in our enrollment program. But now, from this trend, you can quickly see that there is this huge number which we could talk about in primary education, let alone early childhood, which I've not highlighted here. And then when you look at this difference between primary and secondary, you realize there seems to be a trend in which the numbers, of course, go down. The transition process seems to be in such a way that the pyramid narrows. Then, again, this is a quick statistical presentation, which again tries to compare the national average with what we have in the West Nile region. The national average, for example, in childhood, early childhood education seems to show a higher figure than ours, which is much lower. Primary attendance, again, slightly higher than ours, which is much lower. Secondary, again, compares rather negatively with the national average. And when we talk about literacy rates, which are a basic indicator of formal education, again, we are not comparing well in terms of the national average. Then I have brought in here something related about internet usage, because somehow it's becoming very relevant to education. And again, when you look at our comparison with the national average, it is also, again, showing negatively. And I've highlighted something specifically about internet usage in the sense that if you take what we use it for in the region, mostly it's social networking, because people are mostly using internet from their mobile phones, and the basic thing there is about things to do with WhatsApp, maybe TikTok and things like that, which are certainly educative in many ways, but most of it tends to be social networking. The academic usage, of course, is showing rather low, and for business purposes and office use also is rather low. And more statistics here show something to do with the condition, which again doesn't reflect well for us. I wouldn't want to take much time in that. So my other comment to make us reflect and think about education is general comments in relation to the different levels. We could say, yes, we have, in our area of West Nile, we have made some strides. If you compare, for example, enrollment and things like that right now to maybe years in the past, when some of us were in those early stages, we could say, yes, there has been certain progress made. If you look at the infrastructure, again, we do agree that looking at our school structures, progress has been made. Opportunities for higher education have also increased in the region, which we do have to acknowledge. But there are also other trends that we must take note of. First, we have the rising trend of public versus private education, which has its pros and cons. Because in the pros and cons, from the public sector, we may realize access has increased as a result of public education policies and opportunities, but the quality has been gravely affected. That is something we need to acknowledge. Private education has offered alternatives which seem to be giving a picture of better schools in terms of the private sector, which I have in some of my writings argued offer to become like the pace setters. But the challenge again is with the fees and with the other demands, not many people access them. But there is also the question of low-fee private schools, which tend to influence our education system negatively in terms of not offering the right quality, but just filling a gap of access, but not in terms of quality. That is a trend that we cannot, again, forget. I just highlighted here in pictures some of the trends to say, if we look at our educational landscape, we could say, yes, for example, in higher education, we now have Muni University and various other universities that have opened branches in the West Nile region, like maybe Uganda Christian. I think I have seen Bugema somewhere, IU somewhere, Makerere had a study center also somewhere. But first, as these opportunities arise, there is also the question of the capacities that people have to access higher education. Apart from that, there is the question about how are they distributed. Maybe we could again find the concentration has remained around the rural, meaning that it may also still be a challenge for the rest of the region to have people from the rest of the region to have this adequate access, which increases some of the costs for them. We have other opportunities through like the UNICEF program at Moni, National Teachers College Moni. We have technical and vocational opportunities like to give the example of a rural technical, but also we could talk about others like Moyo and maybe Ora somewhere in Zombo. these are opportunities which we could say exist for our people. Then we have, I think right now there's a private one of ADRA, which is operating an agricultural training program for the youth. These exist for people to acquire skills, to be able to take advantage of education, but also make a living eventually out of themselves. But as I said, there are still issues related to the distribution so that access becomes more prominent for everybody who desires to have it. Then the capacities, that's where maybe we need to incorporate other presentations which are there. How do people get the funds or the resources to access these opportunities, which means they need to have income sources which are stable for them to attain higher level education. And then, of course, issues of quality, which we need to improve. So based on these observations that we can quickly highlight and talk about, if we come back to us as a diaspora group taking initiative to invest with our other partners, these are partners who may be back at home, but also friends that we may have connected with here whom we want to rope in to support investments in the education sector as well as other sectors we have been talking about. What are the opportunities that we could quickly highlight and reflect on? One point I would want to mention before I highlight some of the opportunities I quickly isolated or listed here is that when I'm thinking of this investment, I look at it in terms of opportunities that exist both in the for-profit and the philanthropic initiatives that we can think of. Because for-profit opportunities certainly exist where we could think about it in terms of the businesses that we could dream of and invest to boost the education sector. While we could also think of it simply in terms of what can we identify out here which could be aiding in a philanthropic way to give a boost also to the opportunities and also to the initiatives on the ground. One thing I had highlighted out early was the fact that we have a challenge with the early childhood development and education programs in the region, which our statistics indicated that is low. But twisting this into an opportunity actually gives us a point to reflect that here is an opportunity for investment. And from what I quickly observe, especially in the urban and peri-urban areas, if you invest in this sector where parents have begun to pick interest in having children to access early childhood education before primary, then you are likely to make a contribution to the community by providing such a service, but also to have an opportunity for either business or, if you're a philanthropist, also to give service at a philanthropic level. But of course, my argument would be for sustainability, it would be better to think about it in terms of a business strategy that can be self-sustaining eventually. When we consider primary and secondary education sector, there is this one point which I want to take our minds back to. It is more of a lamentation, but it is something which then offers us a point to reflect on, because our primary and the secondary education has been laid as a foundation from a missionary initiative in the past, which kind of influences the way even it happens now, even if we are seeing an expansion in this sector. But the prominent schools that we could talk about in these sectors, especially the secondary sector, have remained the schools which were mostly like missionary initiatives, but whose luster has kind of diminished. Because if you look at our region, you can't talk of a secondary school that is now prominent enough to post or write home about. And then these schools have also been bedeviled by strikes and infrastructure destruction, which has gravely affected the quality. And how do we then look at it and turn things around? I was one time recently discussing with Professor Anguma Simon, and we were lamenting about what has, of course, happened according to this trend. The trend has now been parents who are able or capable sending children down to schools in Kampala. And he gave me an assessment he made that out of this kind of initiative in the interest of sending children to school for better quality education, especially for good primary and secondary schools, parents in the region end up losing between 2 to 3 billion annually in that initiative of paying school fees in schools in Kampala or somewhere, the cost of transportation and all that is involved. Now, if we turn this around, this is actually money that our region is losing to the central or other regions of Uganda, which we are not getting direct benefits from. Supposing we had good secondary schools to talk about where parents could actually keep this money here, then this is money that would go to investments which are within our region and money that we could benefit from by the kind of circulation it can trigger off. So that means something we need to start reflecting on. Other investment opportunities that we could also talk about is partnerships that we could create with institutions. I've highlighted higher education institutions. I've highlighted the challenge we have with our primary and secondary education, and also other sectors that we can talk about. And as stakeholders who have interest to invest in the education in the region, one of the areas in partnering with these institutions or in initiating opportunities which could also partner with the institutions could be in the area of ICT that can be used for learning. It has broadened in so many areas now, which many of you who are technical in the area can actually see the benefits of. So harnessing ICT investment to support the institutions that already exist, or to establish something that can also aid the work of these institutions would be an opportunity we can start thinking of. Because the ICT investments in our region are currently low, that also determines why ICT usage is not so much in terms of education. And then, what are the innovations that are out there? One of these currently being discussed quite openly is now the issue of AI, and I believe there are a number of you who are also experts in this area. How do you begin to see back home and use AI for promoting opportunities that would enhance the education programs that we have in the region, so that we give it a boost that it requires to rekindle what was already there in our past, that we keep referring to in nostalgia as the past glory of our schools in the region, or the education sector in the region. Then, I have earlier mentioned this problem of a youth group that keeps falling, one from our primary education, then later from our secondary education, and that ends up somewhere. They don't proceed anywhere at all, and then they become out of school youth. What are the opportunities that we could look at in terms of building their capacity? Because this is a youth group that is having potential, but that potential is not tapped. And if you look at the practical situations now, you find them mostly sitting by the roadside. And of course, what they can best talk about is now football, and then in very good places in the region, Burundi has also become part of their habit. And how do we change a bit of that for a positive image and tapping that potential from them through skilling programs. We have skilling programs which exist, but there is a gap that happens in the sense that the skilling programs are limited to few, but at the same time, the skilling programs have not been linked to some of the business opportunities that we could talk about. One of the things I remember learning as I got engaged with youth programs was how to relate these training programs with business opportunities by first establishing the market trends and then building skills that can be of use in those areas. For example, I see youth who are now so much in the border industry. The motorcycles are rampant, but there is an opportunity to skill them. I know there are already others who are doing it. Skill them in the repairs of these machines, skill them in the right usage of these machines. The opportunities in phones are rampant. The opportunities in phone repairs. Are there ways in which we could find ways of studying these market opportunities and linking the skills training program so that what is trained is mainly immediately absorbed by the market. Then basic literacy is some area of opportunity that I'm trying to bring here, because basic literacy and numeracy programs are foundations for education. As people pick them well, then they progress well with the other levels of education. But right now, I think we still have no clear or adequate program for building that capacity right from the early stages, so that we have people, even if we have the curriculum, but teaching it for basic literacy so that it becomes a foundation for children to learn is a problem. So that could be an area also to see, working either with the partners or with some of the technical aspects that the skills sets are in, to see how to develop this and enable our young ones to lay a foundation that propels them to better education opportunities in the future. I will be winding my presentation here with a very quick story which touches us. We are in this forum as stakeholders whom I want to relate to this boy who is appearing in the picture, because I learned a story, a quick one, that a boy was looking at a situation in his village. So we see ourselves as that boy. The boy saw in his life in the village that the village had a huge and the kind of perennial problem of drought that needed a solution. And the solution he thought about was, because the village always is dry, the animals are having problems of water, people have problems of water, and even the crops that they want to grow need water. So the problem he identified, perhaps also he discussed as a village, was to find water for his village. And he decided to take and set this goal, which was more of a community goal, and take it up and say, okay, I can go out there and find water for my village. So he had heard the story of a seer somewhere who could help to address people's problems. So he then took the initiative, set out on this journey to meet the seer somewhere, and then try to address the problem of the village to this seer so that they could find a solution he would be coming back with to solve the water problem in the village. So he set off, announced his close relatives and the people in the village that was trying to address this, set out, went out there, and along the way, it was of course a long journey, he met an elderly man who, of course, he greeted, and the elderly man clearly said, yes, I think your point is right, and I know about this person, this seer you want to meet, and you are taking the right path. So you just continue following the same path you have taken, and you will reach the destination without any problems. But I must warn you, before you go there, and keep this in mind, as soon as you reach there and meet this seer, the seer can only answer one question. And that will help you in dealing with the seer as you present your issue. So the boy continued after meeting this elderly man for a number of days and finally arrived at a place which was described for him to be the location where this seer was staying. And after reaching the compound, announcing his presence, after being received, and then out of the abode of the seer came a very beautiful young lady. And the boy became so mesmerized with the beauty of this lady that the first question that came to his mind was, "Are you married?" And the lady said no. And that was the only question she could answer. And that is also how the boy ended. So the question remains, did he get water for his village? The answer definitely is no. So putting ourselves in this situation, we also need to be challenged by the story. Are there things that in our various capacities and roles that we set out as goals to do for our region, and perhaps in the end, we ended up raising the wrong question and didn't get the right answer to address the problems to solve in our region. So looking at it from the context of education, we may need to begin to reflect and critically examine what we can do in our various capacities, either working individually, working as groups, or working with the stakeholders who are already on the ground to address the problems of education. Thank you, and please, if you have questions, comments, or observations or suggestions, we can have the moment depending on the time available. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pascal Pax Andebo, for opening our minds around the social, economic, cultural determinants of education that help us to see whether people, our young people especially, and various categories, have access to good quality education, have completion of that education, and have an opportunity to put it to use, and the sort of things that hold them back when they're trying to pursue this journey. And you've also gone ahead to challenge all of us to start with a critical reflection that if we're not careful, education, which is supposed to be a source of empowerment, could also entrench the very structural issues it's supposed to address or empower people to address. Then you've gone ahead to outline for us as a diaspora what looks to me like mostly the social investments that are required to address educational challenges in West Nile, and to help us to remember that we don't lose our perspective like the young boy who ended up asking the wrong question. Thanks very much indeed for your contribution. We are now going to go to our last presentation for today. And in that presentation, we will hear from Mr. Madira Davidson Amoti, who is a certified digital investment analyst practicing under the Jerusalem Institute for Investment, MBA Investment Management and Entrepreneurship graduate teacher, the managing director and owner of Digital Green Investment Agency Limited, coordinator of Digital Business Alliance, DIBA, for 6 international digital companies, and principal government consultant responsible for local economy development and climate smart agriculture subsidy programs. Mr. Madira also has outlined here that he is also the Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom Royal Commission Director and Prince, responsible for lands and natural resources. We're lucky to have a prince amongst ourselves. It's not every day that you have a prince with us, so that's a good one. So Mr. Madira will now finish today's session by talking about modern economic enterprise development in West Nile, linking farmers with market via digital platforms, and the roles of stakeholders and the way forward. please join me to welcome Mr. Madira for this last presentation. Thank you. Just before you begin, are you there? Yes, thank you. So can I just kindly ask, this is probably not too fair on you, Mr. Madira, we'll need you to kindly keep your presentation to 20 minutes. We'll have another opportunity to interact again tomorrow, if it's okay with you, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Mr. Madira, it's over to you.
Yes, okay, it's now okay. Okay. Hi. Can you hear me? I hope you can now hear me. I'm called, hello? I'm called Madira Davidson Amoti, and I'm already introduced. I'm going to make a presentation on the topic of modern economic enterprise development in West Nile, linking the farmers with the market via digital platforms. And actually for me, my presentation is what I'm going to do for West Nile. So I'm just rallying you people to join me into this. Modern economic enterprise development, we are going to look at briefly at the definitions, the cornerstone strategies, and what my group of companies, what we wish to do for West Nile. By definition, local economic development is a digitally driven, strategically planned, locally driven approach where the public, private sector, and civil society partners collaborate to build a region's economic capacity. The primary goal here is to stimulate sustainable economic growth, reduce poverty, generate local employment, and improve the overall life of the communities. The key cornerstones here is community-led. So as the local citizens, businesses, and leaders, we need to come together and drive the agenda, not wait for external agencies. Of course, there must be political will, there must be institutional memory in terms of political leadership always to ensure long-term continuity, and there must be strategic partnership between the public, private sector, and civil society and academia. And for your information, we are already partnering with the MUNI, university, and the local governments to be able to do this. Of course, the key cornerstone is exploitation of local comparable advantages. In our case, we need to work a lot on our lands, minerals, tourism, to build clusters among the businesses, the suppliers and service providers. We must add value into the raw materials, and we must create decent jobs and inclusivity so that we reduce poverty and we get SME support and skills alignment to this vision. And of course, finally, we need to work on sustainable infrastructure and environment. The hard infrastructure needs to come in, especially roads, energy, grids, water systems to support the business operations. Then we need soft infrastructure, especially digital connectivity, access to financial services, and very clear business licensing. And obviously, we need environmental preservation as we do these things for future generations. Now, the key pillars is that we must have legal incorporation. We need companies in which we can invest. So we also need digitalization of the value chains. We need public-private partnership very strongly. We also need to create financing, scaling commercial ventures, those owned by us and supported by our local governments. We need to promote enterprises, especially cooperatives. We need revenue generation into whatever we do. We need to ensure that our corporate governance is very strong. We need to have market-driven mandates so that we do feasibility and business planning in clear terms. And we need to commercialize our assets so that the public idle lands or private lands are turned, and we need to get investment managers to support this initiative. So that's the theoretical background of what we want to do. Now, for us, what do we want to do as a group of companies in West Nile region? One, we have already formed a very strong partnership with the Moon University, the local government through WENDA, the Chamber of Commerce, CSOs, cooperatives, in order to take this initiative forward. Then we have launched agribusiness program in West Nile to lay foundation for agro-industrialization, agri-trade, and job creation. We have rallied corporate agribusiness companies in the country to come to West Nile to support quality inputs, offtake the produce. We already have agreements with Mukwano, Mount Meru, Gulu, and all city companies. And the program we are going to run is called School Parents Family Enterprises, whereby we're going to recruit the parents in schools, put them into cooperatives, and we move. Then we have also rallied the livestock companies to come around and support the livestock cooperatives which are under formation. We have already signed with UDB, Microfinance Support Center, international funds, and commercial banks to support the circles. So for us, we're already on the move. We beg you to join us. So the idea really of this Digital Business Alliance is a group of 6 companies. We have one called From My Farm, which gives us the marketplace, my company, which does the investment management and financing coordination, MCAS Uganda, that moves all the, is a fintech that moves all the money. And then we have Fees Consults, which gives the digital platform for human resource management. We have a MESA that gives us the satellite farm management companies using SAT2 farm systems, and that focuses on small farms of 1 acre to 10. Then we have Footprint Technology, which is a digital satellite farm management, warehouse security and management systems, and remittance companies so that funds from abroad can come. And all these companies, our systems are integrated, and we're in West Nile now. And as I told you, we are the official partner to government that manages the government subsidy in 69 districts. And I think West Nile, we are working in 4. So we encourage you to join us in making this thing work. So the rest of the slides, I'm just going to run over them so that our vision is to digitize everything. We want to integrate the traditional principles of agriculture with modern technology, and we want to create competitive advantages for our partners in West Nile. Of course, we are going to focus on farm associations, cooperatives, and agri-SMEs, and the primary beneficiary is the school fees paying parent and his youth, so that they can establish families. We run contracts, signed contracts with every farmer, input supplier, produce of taking, logistics, transport, records management, financial institutions, all on our platforms. So we secure an off-taker, an input supplier with a contract. Then we make the local cooperatives, SMEs, and individual farmers to sign contracts. And then this contract is what we manage. So the idea is there to reduce poverty, but also it is a government program and policy that we should digitize. Then we're able to link the farmers to the buyers and therefore reduce risk of exploitation. What's also important is that we're able to market the products both for export and in internal markets. For those of you who are right now in the UK, in October we are going to run a very huge exhibition in UK in October so that the buyers can be able to sign contracts, and we shall bring those to West Nile. Then, of course, agribusiness financing will be easy for SACCOs, VSLs, and investment clubs. And of course, if we want to involve the youth, the women, and the refugees in remote areas, we just have to digitize, despite the high transaction cost in play. Now, we run what we call the dams. This is our model, and I think this is why you should pay much attention. On our From My Farm platform, market platform, we bring the off-takers, the logistics companies, the input supply companies, the financial institutions, the warehouse systems, investment clubs, and all of them come and support the cooperatives and the SMEs who have stores. And then we contract these cooperatives to be able to contract the farmers, and then we deploy all our systems. Of course, the GEA's main work is to manage all the government's programs, which we bring in wholesale, including the research organizations, so that we can now offer investment advisory services. So we're in the heart to ensure that government, research institutions, private sector, all come and support the farmer cooperatives and eventually the farmer. And there's nothing that happens for which is not funded and which is not having, and all our money moves using the FinTech digitally. We do not encourage physical money in our systems. And all the farms will be on the satellite platform, and everything is run digitally. That's the platform. Yes? Then, of course, our generic model is that all our systems, after we have signed with the corporate off-takers and input companies a contract, we then give the cooperatives our digital business model center where they can transact everything. And then the cooperative is able to contract the small store holders down, who will then use extension workers, field operators to be able to sign the farmers and the entrepreneurs. Both the contracted farmers and the non-contracted farmers, their products are now able to be marketed and they're able to buy inputs. As we said, we have agreements with all the financial institutions, including the government program, which we manage in 69 districts. So the local groups are able to access term capital and buy inputs under the contract. Then we give them a learning platform, because if you have money, it doesn't mean that you will succeed. So we give them digital learning platform where they can do continuous learning, networking events. They share information in real time with off-takers and input supply and government. Research institutions can be able to provide them information. We mobilize for them resources. They can do policy advocacy and also run projects. We tend to give this side of the platform to training and incubation institutions, business development service providers, and extension service providers, whom then we request to offer this service to the cooperatives. And of course, since we're in government, we are able to ensure that the ministry, every ministry is able to provide resources, and we're already managing the micro grants to the farmers in this country. So in that way, we bring everybody on board. So in West Nile, now this is what we want to do. Of course, the first relation starts with a farmer who is enrolled and can be able to have agri input and moves all money digitally, attends training, gets advisory services. The crop is procured digitally. For export crops, traceability and internal control systems are all done so that certification is easy for us to be able to minimize rejection. And the critical point is to have a phone and a Bluetooth printer so that every information got from the farmer and given to the farmer is given in real time. Yes, and of course, for us, what we do, we manage the contracts and investments, we do organizational development and training, we do the farm and enterprise management, we link the finances, and we aggregate the inputs and offtakes. The marketplace is where the farm and his agencies, the buyers and the agencies, suppliers and agencies meet and transact in real time. Yes, we give everybody a dashboard. All the procurements are done using digital weighing scale because research shows that farmers lose over 30% of their income due to poor weighing scales. Yes. And of course, all payments are done through an escrow account by the supplier so they can't cheat. And the farmers get loans, and then these loans are aggregated in escrow account, and then we're able to pay the off-takers through cooperatives. Yes. The same thing happens for the buyers. The buyers must deposit money. We don't allow credit buying. They must deploy the money in escrow account, which is controlled by under Bank of Uganda regulation, so that when he buys, all the cooperatives and the farmers are paid in real time. We don't want cases of BAT, those days when farmers are not paid, no. Yes, of course, the system generates all the information, does all the analytics. Nobody needs to write the reports. People can get their report in form of Excel, Word, PDF, so it doesn't need complicated things. Yes, of course, Mcash does movement of all the money. We give every cooperative e-circle management system for free, and we link them to government input subsidies automatically. Yes, for you, we want to encourage you. Of course, all payments are done using these platforms. Here we go. We have a platform which links loans from banks straight to farmers in real time. So, and subsidies. So in that way, the farmer is able to get, you know. Of course, the system has all the e-KYC systems, e-voucher, e-commerce, agriculture insurance, input financing, real-time payment, reports and insights are all produced at the cooperative level. Yes. Now, for you, we want to encourage you to invest in warehouses because that's where we now have a challenge in West Nile. There are no professional warehouses. So we have a partner from UK called Footprint Tech, which has very good warehouse platform that manages the warehouse security and surveillance, control of goods, vehicle tracking and fuel monitoring. Then, of course, the perimeter security and biometric entry and exit are all by employees and visitors are done. So we want to encourage you, gentlemen and ladies, to invest in warehouse because without warehouse, without pack houses, and without all these things, we cannot be able to market the products. There's video surveillance at the warehouses, and you can watch all this from your UK or USA office when we are here managing for you. Yes. Then, of course, the attendance and biometrics are all documented for your staff when you are in UK. Goods control is done automatically, and we use the palm vein authorization and verification, so you're able to know the right person, and vehicle tracking and fuel monitoring is done. So when people buy your vehicles and send it this way, we're able to make money for you. Our success stories, currently, we operate in 69 districts out of 136 districts. We have over 177,000 farmers who have redeemed out of the 210,000. We have 223 agro-input dealers, 570 traders, and we work in different value chains. Now government has told us to do all value chains. What do we ask from you? One, we request you to join our network of investors into this platform. Two, we request you to come and sign with us. We can manage for you your farm enterprises, input supply dealership, if you want to invest in that, produce dealership, agro-export businesses, we can do for you. Come and build grain warehouses, fresh food pack houses, slaughterhouses and we manage for you. Invest in transport fleet so that we can manage for you. Invest in agro microfinance management because we can manage for you that money, and it makes money for you when you are abroad, and yet it impacts on our people. And all these things we have talked here can be able to materialize when the households have money. They can pay quality education. They won't need to come to Kampala. They will be able to build good houses. We shall be able to aggregate the money Silas was talking about to establish the venture funds, equity funds. Everything we dream about will be possible if you invest to complement the farmers. Uganda is an agricultural country. We can't escape that. Finally, thank you very much. Any questions can be asked.
Thank you so much for being extremely time conscious, Mr. Madira, for sharing your big vision of what to me looks like a 21st century model of a business that integrates all of the key areas that we're trying to look into for investment, and also bringing opportunities that could help people who don't have the time to go on the ground, to do the research, to do the management, and so forth, to be able to find what appears to be a bankable project, starting with the leverage that you have in the agricultural sector, where your scaling appears to be evidently working very well there. So you've also let us know that probably this is the bit where we can bring our young people, the Gen Zs, because you're doing it in a way that centralizes the role of digital technologies in driving forward the kind of future everyone is trying to envisage in different ways for the West Nile region. So thank you very much indeed for sharing those thoughts. And I'm sure, as we said at the beginning, this is just starting the conversation. It needs to continue way beyond the next 3-4 days when we have this convention. We did say earlier that you could share your questions. I know Mr. Mandira has been ready to receive our questions, and I wish we could do that now, but unfortunately we need to wrap it up for today. So we are mindful that we haven't given everyone a chance to ask the questions, and I've seen a number of questions posted online. So we promise to take on many of your questions tomorrow. We'll find space to accommodate them. And also just to bear in mind that we have been opening a conversation. We are not finishing tomorrow. We are absolutely just beginning. So send us those questions. We'll collate them. We'll try to answer them, fit them tomorrow. And then we also will signpost them to people, presenters, even if they're not here today. They could always find a way to respond, because we have a central platform where we want to keep the conversation going. So thank you very much indeed. And let's give Mr. Madira a round of applause. Then I'll hand over to Dr. William Onjivu to just make the closing remarks. Thank you very much.
I wish to give thanks to all the presenters who are here and those who may have left. Really, it was a very rich day of ideas, really concrete and specific ideas. And of course, I wish to thank you, the participants who have been patient listening to all of these presentations all day online, wherever you are, and here in Milton Keynes, with all the good weather outside, and but we're here, and really for West Nile, and to all of the other facilitators, the logistical and technical coordinators and facilitators, of course, Dr. Maureen and also Lawrence, yourself. Really today's presentations, especially in the morning, followed what was yesterday, identifying our strengths, some of the pillars and the capacities that we have, the resources that we have, and of course still identifying where the gaps are. But then as we moved through the day, you could notice that all of these presentations from the different sectors, we are now focusing more on solutions and very concrete proposals on how all of these discussions that we've been having, we need to move, how we could, think about them and move forward. And whether it is capacity, it's financial, it's infrastructural development, and all of those different ways that this agenda can actually be moved forward. And some of them, in fact, all of them also did identify how we could do these things. If it is finances, there are a lot of different proposals at a community level, at kind of more corporate, societal level, and so on and so on. Giving examples on how some of these resources can be accessed for financing, whether it's at home or also for us here in the diaspora, and how we could take the investment agenda forward. And so I think it's now really putting all of these actions together, and then eventually, as Dr. Koru just stated, this is a start of a conversation. It takes time. We cannot jump ahead of the cart. We will be moving gradually and consistently. Okay. This is the third convention, but we are already collecting a lot of rich information. And actually, in that regard, I will request that all the presenters who did not share their presentations, please, if you're online, Gerald Guma, our engineer here in practice right now, he'll be waiting to receive all your presentations. And those who have left, pass the message, we'll pass the message to make sure every presentation is here. And even though we're recording them, we still need your presentations, because this is the body of knowledge that we're gonna need to move forward, especially when we're looking at the action points. So really to thank everyone for their patience, and again, another day of rich proceedings, and to wish you well. But before I do that, I'm just kind of an interlocutor, so I invite the chair of the convention to come and conclude the meeting. But we acknowledge your participation, and we thank you all. And we thank you, MP, for being here for us, not living anywhere. You were just here, we really appreciate that. And of course, the day was very useful and good with the High Commission. We're blessed with the High Commissioner's presence here, and she blessed us, and it was, I think, a wonderful day, just like yesterday. Thank you all. Chair, you're welcome to conclude the meeting.
Thank you, Dr. William Onjivu. Thank you, moderators. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had another great day and a historical day on our journey to transforming West Nile. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our presenters today, all our guest speakers, all the delegates who have been part of today's program, and all those who have supported us. It is, to me, one of the greatest days for West Nile, and that will obviously be the case if we take this and act on it. We have been trying to do catch-up in our program. We had a couple of presentations, which we didn't manage to do yesterday. We've done some today. Now, as you can see on the program today, we've got two presentations that we are going to move to tomorrow. Please remember, this is a 4-day convention. Today was day 2 of 4. We will have a formal proceedings tomorrow, starting with the presentation at 9 a.m. UK time, which will be 11 a.m. Ugandan time. We are moving the presentation on the role of WENDA in coordinating investment in West Nile to tomorrow 9 a.m. And that will be followed by the role of a presentation on the role of academic institutions in West Nile in coordinating investment. And then we will have a presentation on our strategic legacy project and some discussions thereafter. But ladies and gentlemen, I think above all, we will have a session on resolutions. We cannot just walk away. I know the main points have been identified and presented and discussed, but our third item on the agenda tomorrow, fourth one probably, will be a formal session of discussing resolutions and what we're going to do going forward. And then we will have in the afternoon an annual general meeting of our West Nile Diaspora Community Association. And we will then have a closing ceremony of the convention in the evening with a dinner here. And those of you who are not going to be here, we will have a dinner on your behalf, but hopefully next time there will be an opportunity. And one of the important things we'll be doing tomorrow is identifying, agreeing upon, and announcing where our next diaspora convention is going to take place next year. Watch this space. Exciting things are coming to West Nile, and please, following this convention, we are, from our point of view, going to continue to work together, set platforms. We'll discuss that further on in the resolutions meeting tomorrow. Thank you. And on that note, I would like to thank you all for this rather long, but I think very productive day. And I would like to thank you all and wish you God's blessings for this evening, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow, bright and early tomorrow. We need to keep time. We'll catch up. I think another presentation we're not able to do, which one of the key ones is scaling up beekeeping from subsistence to commercial production, which will hopefully squeeze into tomorrow's. And I would now like to invite my sister, Perry Lucas Oguda, to say our closing prayers. Thank you all very much. May God bless you. Look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Have you had a good day? You're very quiet. Have you had a good day? Good, because we have another day tomorrow of this. So, okay, let's bow our heads and give thanks to God. Father, we thank you for bringing us together today on this day 2 of our convention. For our diaspora community who have joined us both physically and online. We thank you for bringing our ambassador, Nimsha Madvani, who made sure she got here to share some time with us today. We thank you and pray for our speakers. We pray for Maureen Aikoro, Dr. Hyung Yu Park, Mr. Moses Findru, Paul Tumwine Awuyo, Mercy Grace Galenga, Mr. William Amanzuru, Mr. Silas Anguzu, Dr. Francis Lenny, Mr. Davidson Madira. We thank you, Father, that they've enlightened us today, and we've learned a lot from their presentations for what we're going to do now or in the future, for future generations. We thank you for our moderators, Lawrence, William. We thank you for Maury. We thank you for our chair, for Gerald, who's been keeping an eye on the presentations. Father, we thank you and pray that as we retire today, that you will bless our evening, and that we will have restful nights, and that we'll be ready for what you have in store for us tomorrow. And Father, while we pray for you, we have had news of a few accidents in Uganda where Children have lost their lives, and a few adults too. We pray for the souls of the deceased, that they rest in peace, and that those who are injured seriously or with minor injuries will receive healing from you, O Lord. We ask you all this in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Thank you.
Just one last thing. May I please ask the steering committee team to stay back as we did yesterday just for a few moments, please. Thank you.